Hey, beautiful people. We're about to go and get this show on the road and chop it up just in time. Actually, I think we've got the Taurus full moon tonight, so let's see what's in the exciting times.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey gang, how are we doing, guys? I see there's much going on in the chats. And I am going to come in and just take full-on accountability. I don't know who we've got in the room already, but you guys are going to, this offset of what's going on in the chats is really more or less my optimizing of my spirit of procrastination. I told you guys. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Jojo. Hey, everybody. But no, I did tell you guys, right, that Spirit had been letting me know that I need to make more time and come to these spaces more often because spirits were also getting irritated by not being able to communicate and stuff. So it's just one of those things. But yeah, full accountability. I'm taking full accountability for the part that I'm playing in the situation because they already complained on that side and now it's kind of like an offset. I've been saying to you guys for weeks, like, you girls gonna be coming in here more often. Look, life is lifing me right now. I literally midweek hump day had to do a full-on exorcism and updates on like so many different software that was just outdated. So please forgive me, guys. I'm trying to work with it. I'm trying to also navigate through my human's tendency to be a little bit dyslexic. Okay. Yeah, I get distracted easily. So yeah, it's a challenge, but my bad. I'm going to do better. I really am going to work on trying to. I think they said to me that a way that I can work around the situation is to be able to make a shorter list, maybe, and stop into this space more frequently to be able to, like, because I feel like other people's guides want to be able to sort of like give a message and stuff. And yeah, for all intents and purposes, they want it delivered a certain type of way. I guess, because that's what happens when they choose a certain vessel as well to kind of relay. They feel like the channels, you know, in a frequency that they want to be able to communicate. So forgive me, guys, but we are working at it and we're going to get so much better. Halloween's coming up as well, guys. The energies are a little bit... We've actually also got like Guy Fawkes night as well on the 5th, shortly afterwards. So we get fireworks and stuff. It's actually a really cool time that if you do hear any poppings and stuff like that, guys, it will be fireworks. Hey, Smurdina, how you doing, beautiful? Thank you for the alarm, as per usual. Was greatly appreciated. It was just in time to just wake my spirit of procrastination up a little bit. Oh, full on self-sabotage mode, I'm telling you. But we're gonna go and dive into some stuff and see what we can get out of this space. So I'm gonna, like I said, try my best to get into the space more often for shorter time spans. and do quicker readings as well. In essence, that's what that space would be like. And then we still have like our weekly Fridays or Saturdays where we can hang out, you know, because you girls got work in the morning. I still got a 9 to 5. Okay. I am still in the corporate world. Okay. There we are. Now we've got all of the decks that we need for communication tonight. Looking forward to it. How has the Taurus full moon been treating you guys so far? The build up for me was like, Taurus was like, I started getting training for the exorcism that I was doing on Tuesday night. And it was interesting because I was like, Mom, can't speak right now. I'm in training. I think I'm about to like navigate through a little situation. There's about to be an uproar. There's a demonic attack on the loose. And it really is like, I don't know how to explain this life. But it really is like demon hunting 101. So when you see all these little things like out here, these little movies about like demon slaying and stuff like that, real thing. I was like up on Wednesday morning, I guess, in preparation. I feel like the Taurus full moon was calling for the clearing because it was almost like there's a veil that's about to be opened during this eclipse, right? To be able to just work certain energies for us in terms of that stability that we want. Obviously, it's Taurus, so it's going to require some hard work, some really deep and intricate work because we're just on the last legs of like some of our retrogrades. The Pluto retrograde ended, I think, on the 22nd. So we've still got some of the outer planets in retrograde, giving us the opportunity to continue to work in these places as well and make sure that if we do work in these places, great rewards, right? The work, reward, it all has to balance out. So I hope you guys have been enjoying it and I hope you guys plant some good seeds during the season. Anything that you do need to release to kind of like break through like this little veil that we have, this little thinning, I guess, of reality that we have coming up with these energies, especially kind of like going into we've got Halloween in 3 days, just at the end of like the come down of this wave, if you will. And then there's a portal open on that day as well, in essence. So much paranormal activity kind of like happens around about that particular channel in essence as well, because humanity's kind of like hyped it up. Like people don't know, but it's kind of like a whole concert. It's kind of like we've become their hype men, and we're like the same. How we like to go concerts here is the same thing. That's kind of like how we treat that. But yeah, gonna stop talking. The guys are letting me know they're ready, so we're gonna go and try and find the list because I'm sure there were some discrepancies with the list as well. No, seriously, Kayla, it's like a whole concert. Like they get ready. That's why you see like as well, like even some of the demons out here, like they get ready too because they're just like, oh, this is my opportunity. But no, seriously, guys, whilst we're kind of like wrapping up some stuff, software updates, God is like, I don't want to say giving them away for free because you're going to have to earn it, right? You're going to have to like do stuff to maintain these levels of updates. But like they're being given away. Like if there's things that you want, like really shedding during this season and making room for those things is going to be so instrumental for some of those 2024 spring timelines. Literally, once Taurus season sort of like comes into effect, where you can plant like new seeds on what you had already been sort of like building since like Taurus season this year. Amazing. Is it just me or is it been a minute? I'm like trying to find a list. Where is this list? It is elusive. Have we definitively decided on the list then? Are we cool with the list? Do we still have discrepancies? Because I know that there was some stuff that was going on with the situation. Do you know what happened to me? I told you guys I had to do an exorcism. So I did an exorcism Wednesday morning, sort of like just round about the 3 o'clock sort of like window, right? Because that's usually actually when they call it the bewitching hour, but it's usually when the angels come to collect the prayers at a time where the veil is very thin between night and day. So it's almost instant manifestation in essence, right? It's all physics and stuff like that. But did that, lost my shower. I needed to have my spiritual bath and everything. Like sometimes when I do work, the demons will get upset and on their way out, they'll just give me like a final, yeah. So I had to like get my water back on. So when I say that I am trying for you guys, I am really trying. So I'm sorry about this list discrepancy. Harlem said Kayla can have a spot. Okay. Harlem, would you have been the second on the list situation that you were speaking about? Hey, Nadira, beautiful. The one that says Haba. I know. I'm gonna be coming in here a lot more frequent. I keep saying that all the time, and it's like my guides are hiding their face in shame. But I really am gonna be in here a lot more often. I'm like trying to figure out how to juggle this whole life thing. It's a lot. Um, oh, sharing's caring, I guess. That's what we're doing. Sharing's caring out here. I'll tell you what, Nadira, okay? We usually have one additional, I guess it's a novelty spot. You would be last on the list in essence. But you can always, you know how this works because we're going to be here a while. Your girl's got her snacks. I may make some bathroom breaks. And yeah, because I sensed something for you earlier. Um, I want to say within the last hour or two. And I said that I didn't want to open the message. It's like files basically that get sent, but I said I didn't want to open the message unless you sort of visited. So I guess, we were in alignment. So I'll add you on the list there. Manor. Okay, beautiful. We're gonna have to wait for like, can somebody sort of like work the list in Smara? If you're here, help me out, sis. Okay, so the list that we have going at the minute, let's rework it. I think Kayla is now in the spot of Habir, and then let's add Nadira to the end after Lovemar, if we can. Mano, we'll add you as a final, I guess, final ticket. Because that's what I heard. They were like, final ticket card. But again, you'd be at the end of the list just after Nadira. Okay, so feel free to sort of pop in and out. And also, like, obviously, if people miss their spots as well, that's also something that we navigate through in this space as well. So let's bear that in mind. Donation is in the description. I think my PayPal is the only thing that's working at the minute. I don't know what's going on. I did take a look at my Cashapp situation very briefly. To be fair, I was very unmotivated because I'm not. I say I'm not too tech savvy, but I'm actually like pretty decent. So let me just brush that off my tongue. I'm going to go a little bit deeper. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Good angels. Sorry. Right. Don't know if you guys caught that little flickering of the lights there, but we had to dispel that because I'm actually very good. I'm just not confident in certain places. So I'm going to work on my confidence and figure out what's going on with the Cash App at PayPal for now, if that kind of like is okay. And we're good to go. Okay. I hope that we're good with that. Okay. They said we're good with that. Okay. Okay. We're good with that. And we're just going to move in. The donation list is open for 3, possibly 4. It depends. There may be a late arrival that they're saying, but They don't know if that guide is going to be able to get their human hair fully in the space, so we'll see how that works. But yeah, let's go and dive into it, guys. Mina's actually not here. So that's quite the situation. She's not here, so this is going to be a tricky start in essence. And also, yeah, let's work on getting the list to get. For some reason, it doesn't let me copy paste, which is such a tragedy. I love a good copy paste. Bugger. Okay, so thank you, Smara. There we go. That's what's up. Awesome. Awesome. I think Nadira and Manor was sort of the other way around in essence, right? Because I was giving her the novelty spot, but that's cool. We'll kind of work with that. I think I did see Manor somewhere earlier in the chat as well. Is that what that is as well? Did we? No, maybe not. I can't tell because I can't see anything after Mina sort of like flagged the alarm. Warning, the list is gone. And also, I do understand some of the discrepancies that we put out. I know that we haven't got started yet, but Mina's not here. So, in essence, look at how the universe has worked, Kayla. You're actually the first one on the list. In theory, Kayla would be taking Heber's space. Heber would have been, I think it's, let's see. Yeah, no, and I get that. Also, the time difference is a thing with like the situation with Mina. So she's probably out. The pattern that we've been sort of navigating, she sort of jumps in between the 20-minute when the wave gets to around about 20-minute. That seems to be where she's kind of like able to jump into the space because she's sleeping. I think it's like 3 or something, maybe even later, where she is. But and it's raining. It is raining. Some nice transmission of information. My senses feel so clear at the minute. I can't really explain it, guys, but it's nice. Okay. I was going to go and confirm. Okay, we've got donation readings going off already. Let me just go and check and confirm. We do have a donation. Pros, yes, we do have you. So you would, in essence, be next before Smaradinia. So we did update the list. Let me go and do that actually. Let me start this and show. This is a new updated list. Mina's not here, unfortunately. It does mean she misses her spot. And then Kayla took who's known as Habir, which was actually Harlem, actually. And now we've also got a donation reading in the mix as well. So we're going to go to them, I guess, immediately after Kayla. I think Kayla's put her question out there as well. Guys. Okay. Right. So, sorry, I can feel the energy's already sort of like flowing. I just had a little like static electric shock there. So let's go and dive into it, guys, and see what is going on out there in the stars. Gosh. Let's see. So, guys, Kayla, well done on that, BTW. Sorry, your guides did that was real good. Whatever code they did for that, amazing. Okay. In terms of positioning, timing, everything. And Harlem, again, Harlem, thank you for your generosity there as well, because you would have been the willing heart to receive that, actually. So thank you. Love the love. Okay, right, let's dive into it. Kayla wants to know Dee's feelings and thoughts towards her since they got intimate. We're gonna break down the feelings on this because I sense that this. Okay, we'll start with the feelings. We'll start with the feelings. Okay. Optimistic. Oh, thank you. Hmm. Okay. Talk to me a little bit more about that. Sorry. We're gonna go and unpack, guys. You know how it is. I was thinking about bringing in some meditation music for my neighbor Martin to incorporate into the process. Maybe it might be a little bit more zen for him, and I can like raise my decibels a bit because it's actually really challenging for me to speak this low in my belly when I'm a much more of a projector. Hey, H. Hey, Divine Feminine Chronicles. That is a tongueful, but I love it. The list is closed. The free list is closed. There's about 2 or 3 spots available on the donation list at the minute. Yeah. Clarify for me. Okay, thank you. Mm. Okay. Sorry, I was like trying to like don't be nervous, girl. Do they have any children or dependents? I have to ask that question because I'm trying to understand the dynamics that they're speaking about. So they're feeling optimistic. One of the first things that I sensed prior to sort of like getting into fully into the space was like heaviness coming into the space from the person. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. So that makes sense because one of the things that I felt was that he comes with some baggage. And he's optimistic, right, going into this space with you, but I felt his baggage. And one of the things with the situation that I see, I guess, in the space is that he's like figuring out how to be stealthy about balancing his family commitments and this situation with his level of optimism, right? Because he's trying to make sure the aesthetics of it is in a good place. Okay. And he has someone else as well. He's seeing before me too, but they're not married or anything. Yeah, no, I sense that on the cards. That's kind of why I wanted to sort of like ask the question straight off the bat. This was why the clarity of everything was needing to go a little bit into the context, right? Because I can see that he's working on a bit of a juggling act. Hi, what's White Swan? We're good. We're sort of getting into the nitty gritty. 2 major arcanas here. So the undertone of this situation, thank you. The undertone of the situation is quite a big transition in terms of like avoiding disasters. That's the aim. That's the aim of the like him being stealthy, because that's what I asked to clarify, right? Because when I asked about his feelings were optimism, but he needs to be stealthy about it in terms of navigating the prioritizing of family so that it doesn't become too complicated, to the point that he is going to get into a situation where he has to do too much explaining. He's just not there yet. He's not at that place. He's just trying to keep the peace, and avoid chaos. That's his intention, right? Um, so yeah, he's optimistic about the situation. I want to get some clarity on something though, because we also have a judgment card here in reverse. And that's on the actual, like, this is the wave that is being like played out in essence, I guess. It's kind of the script that's being played out. And the judgment card in reverse is usually indicative of like refusal to sort of like look at self. Do you think he's being genuine with me? This is what we want to go and unpack, girl, because that's I got the same question too, girl. Okay, don't worry, I got you. The judgment card in reverse is giving me some like curiosity. I want to understand that a little bit, because what's he refusing to look at in terms of like self-examination when it comes to prioritizing? Because the intention is to avoid disaster at all costs. When people get in their primitive ways, they can lie. That's kind of like in essence how that works. Then we start to conjure spirits of deception. Um, Oh, Suncrest. Listen, y'all. Trust me. Okay. I'm busy. I'm busy. But tell you what, if you guys meet me here on Halloween night, okay. Those of you guys, the free list is closed at the minute. The donation list is open. There's only 3 spots available on the donation list at the minute, just because of timing that we're working with. And we're gonna figure it out, I guess, in essence, on Halloween night, because I'm going to come back into space. Whoever gets a reading tonight, okay, you won't necessarily have availability on the next slot. I think that's what we'll be doing moving forward as well, like one per week once, because what I don't want to do is then come on here more frequently, and then it's the same people each time as well on the list, and we still have that same issue. So that's probably what we do. If you get a reading one day of the week, obviously the weekend's usually going to be our long night where we've got a list of 10, but they recommended maybe doing a list of 5 and like 2 additional like donations, just so that I can wrap up quick. So I got sleep to do. I got work, yeah. So we're going to figure it out. But yeah, join me Halloween. I'm going to be here. Okay. We could do some stuff. Okay, so talk to me, guys. This judgment card. Remember, okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. Hi, Akora. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, my love. It is closed. The donation list is open. Yeah. Parts of donation list you get to be added. Skip the queue, I guess, in essence, a little bit. And we also get to fund our little project that we've got going on in Uganda at the minute. So, girl, what I'm seeing, so Crow's Nest, it will be yourself next because you donated. So that's how that goes. And then we're going to go back to the free list. So when we get donations, we'll try and get one off the free list and then go onto the donations, because the guides then started to complain that we basically had to, yeah, when we do that, then it gets a little bit tricky if people are waiting. Um, so yeah, I'm trying to please everybody, guys. Please bear with me. Thank you, Cora. I grew it all by myself. I was talking about the accent thing. So, I have a little bit of alarms a bit, so I'm going to keep unpacking this situation for you, Kayla. I'm seeing it's about strategizing this happy family dynamic, right? But I think because when people have like no judgment, and it just means that they have no discernment as well. Do you understand? So their moral compass is a little bit skewed. And I want to understand a little bit more about that. So I'm going to keep unpacking. Put this into context for me. What is the strategizing about when it comes to this happy family dynamic? Like, put it into context because you guys are being vague. Kind, yeah, beating around. Stop flying around it like that fly. Get to it. Put it into context for me. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hmm. There's a mask there. There's something. Yeah. So I was already alarmed when I saw the Seven of Swords because sometimes, like I said, when people are like in like stealth mode, they can get a little bit tricky. It's kind of like sometimes that comes with like a trickster spirit if people's moral compass can be a little bit skewed, right? It depends on what's at risk basically of them losing or gaining in certain instances because people have different things that drive them. I wanted to understand it a little bit more, but what they're saying to me is that he's strategizing about the engagement of a union type situation and the commitment of a situation. They're saying essentially, like beneath the undertone, is kind of like saying don't necessarily keep an open mind because there's masks in this situation, and one's not necessarily sure that it's worth waiting for, but you're actually already in it now. Um, and there's essentially some sort of connection that has been made. I guess there's a little bit of an emotional attachment that's been made in essence, which I get that. But how long ago did things end with the son's mum? Help me to understand a little bit of the timelines there. Hey, Mina. What's up, beautiful? We actually sort of updated the list in essence a little bit as well because some more stuff came into the fold and you actually weren't here just yet. But this is what I said to you guys, between the 20 to sort of like 30 minutes window is the way that we've been sort of like working with in terms of your body clock, Mina. So welcome. Um, he told you years ago. How old's the son? Sorry, I'm like asking questions there. Yeah, I can't recall the year, but years ago, because son is 14. Okay, okay, okay. So I want to understand the having to navigate through strategizing around the happy family dynamic. There's still some things about to turn 15 November. Okay. You are on the free list, Manuel. I think in essence. So, Mina, if you can check out the previous list, I think Smara done the last list. In essence, we're actually so the person that was Haber on there is actually Harlem, and Harlem gave their spot to Kayla. But now at the minute we've actually got Crow's Nest on the donation list before Smara. And I think Manor was supposed to be after Nadira, and we actually opened two slots. But in essence, in all honesty, Mina, I guess you kind of like lost your space and slot. Stick around; you'll be around towards the end, anyways. If you're wanting a reading by the time we get there. We'll see what's in the bank for you as well. And we're going to sort of start formatting things. Sorry, guys, I'm having a sidebar with my moderator because I need to give her the updates as far as like where we are because the guys have already spoken so much. We're having a little bit of, as you can see, the offset of things is starting to get a little bit chaotic in our space. So I need to come in here more frequently. I'll be coming in on Halloween as well. I don't know what your plans are and stuff, Mina. But for you guys, I'll be here. Anybody that doesn't necessarily get a reading tonight per se, or isn't on the list, or isn't able to sort of get access to the donation list, can always come back then. There'll be 5 slots available, 2 or 3 donation slots available. And that's how we'll do a little bit more frequent, maybe 3 times a week, potentially. I'm pushing it, but they said that that's the only way, I guess. And also Spirit's trying to grow the channel. In essence, I told y'all that I told God to put me on. Okay. Which is why certain stuff is just needing to sort of get done. But yes, back into your space, Kayla. So needed to understand the dynamics of that because I could see that there's a bit of a juggling act. He just mentioned he has a friend he gets intimate with like 2 to 3 months ago. Okay. 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 Well, that's a tea, girl. Let's go and look at that situation. Sorry. I feel like I wish I had more cards because I just want to like take a snippet of like this whole situation. But let me put this story over here, nicely tucked away, so that we can do the second phase of this, right? Talk to me about the friend from a couple of months ago. Oh, look at that. Oh, Bluetooth high five. Look at y'all. Y'all, my people. So nice and loving and kind. We definitely reflect the same people. Trust me. Love that. Okay, guys. Start getting your question ready as well, Crow's Nest. I think you did for a few questions as well, so let's. Girl, you're laughing, but I was so serious. I want to ask him about the situation, but he told me just focus on us, him and I, I'm sure. That's why we're about to ask the cards. If he just answer the question, we might not be here. Because what just happened, like they said to me, like deception. So we had to go and naturally, you paid for 3 questions actually, Mama. Crow's Nest. You did. Oh wow. Yes, we have to. We have to go and unpack that. Beautiful. Like seriously. If he had just answered the question, maybe the guides wouldn't have flagged the fact. Okay, so this feels like it's not an outright lie. It feels like it's a lie by omission, which is why we're here. Okay, this is why we're here. Dee's gonna learn to just give all the facts. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay, that was sort of like a situationship situation. He didn't want the responsibility of that situation. Yeah, yeah. Mm. And what's the space? Sorry, girl. What's the space as of now with that situation for him? What's the space like? Okay, okay. That's good to know. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, I see. Okay, 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 okay. Fully noted. Okay, okay, okay. So answer me this then, guys. Oh, so for all intents and purpose, okay, okay. Interestingly enough, we've got the tower card now. It's on the outside of the deck in this situation. So I guess he already experienced a tower moment in this space, which now he's trying to avoid that in y'all space, which is interesting because that's what played out. And presently, in terms of what that situation is, that's kind of where it's still at, basically. Whatever they were building, like he didn't want to take responsibility about like for it. He didn't want it like an actual relationship. It was more of a situationship situation. And yeah, he was on some Night of Wands energy. If anybody knows, the Night of Wands is a horny night, okay? This night wants to go off in the night for a quickie. That's actually how it works in essence. I just thought it was funny that they were like speaking about the situation in this context, like, because they're just keeping it like completely true. I'll tell you guys all the time. I'll keep it real with you guys. Um, yeah, he wanted to basically sow his royal oats, and that situation wasn't aligned necessarily with what he was looking for. And I think why they're saying potentially, if anything, this is probably what we need to be looking at. This is the real y'all, because this is a pattern. I think that's why they were speaking about because that's what I asked them to clarify, right? Oh, let me open. Sorry. We had sex for my birthday last week. And then this week. Okay, girl. Okay. Talk to me. What is it? Don't keep an open mind. What's that about? Like he's feeling optimistic. She's feeling the vibe. Why not keep an open mind? Because of, okay. 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 Thank you. Sorry, I'm gonna have to unpack this a little bit more to get some more insight into the situation. Hey, Ethereal Goddess. Hey, Avantika. Um, oh, Jeff, listen, got all the questions ready. I love that. Let me store your questions, girl. That's what's up. That's how you get that done. Interestingly enough, my love, what I'm seeing is that this was speaking about having to have patience due to a lot of unresolved issues, which will kind of, in essence, right, um, it would play a part in little breakup seasons, basically. That's going to be one of the qualities, I guess, of God that both of y'all are going to have to cultivate and grow within yourselves to be able to, like, actually have this situation grow into something. I don't think he's looking for anything serious, just going to be honest with you, because obviously he left that space in his best night of one's energy. And I think sometimes when that's the focus moving from one situation, clearly as well, obviously, he's in that space. That's the space that he's in. I don't know that he's wanting more than situationships at the minute. I don't necessarily. Okay, let's see. Yeah, he's at a slow moving pace with that. Lots of resistances with that. Yeah, we had the night when I just randomly parted the deck. We had the because I anointed my hands before I came in as well to be able to utilize the cards as well for you guys. Um, we had the Knight of Pentacles on that question, which is slowest of all the knights. So they're very methodical. They're very like everything has to be like routine and it's strategical in essence, right? And it's kind of like conserving and preserving oneself in certain places. So safe to say that he's not in any rush for anything serious anytime soon. And another thing that I did see straight after that, actually, what did I see straight after that? It was interesting because that was telling the rest of the story. But safe to say he's not in any rush for anything serious. Where are you with the situation? Are you feeling like you're wanting something serious? Because I would want to recommend that you manage your expectations so that you can, like, you know how you trip and get caught up. In the words of Usher, I don't know, in my mind, I'm like, there's a whole flash mob of like an Usher scene playing out in my mind. Caught Up, the movie, the music video type thing. Um, it is in the description, Jay, my love. I believe one question's £3. Hey, Sammy. Damn, girl. I sensed that you were, which is why I was like telling you to like manage the expectations. Okay. Oh, snap. Okay. And that happened real quick as well. And I could tell. I could tell. It's because he's like on his night of one's energy as well. They give like the best sort of like charm and charisma vibe. In essence of all the nights, like it's almost like their pheromones get left behind when they leave the room. It's like those types of traumas. No, girl, don't be sorry, but I am going to recommend to you to moderate your feelings in this space because his pattern is to sort of have more of a situationship in essence because that's where he's been comfortable. That's where he's at the minute. Have you guys had a conversation about like levels of seriousness? Well, it seems like y'all pick each other, girl, because he picked you too. He picked you too. Okay. He picked you. No, I figured what you meant, beautiful. I figured what you meant because I grasped where we were going with it. But yeah, it's going to require some patience in navigating through the situation. And it is going to end up that the breakups stem from places of being impatient in situations. So there may be moments where pride is a factor. Again, the communication thing may be something. Um, what's his words on the situation? Because I think we'll start there. Sometimes people get thrown off um, because their behavior doesn't necessarily align with their words, but that's because they're still figuring out the code for that. Okay, so this might be why patience is necessary for this little recipe that y'all cooking up. because we both have someone else, so I guess we are each other's. Well, y'all are fine then. This works. Let me know if this list is okay, let's see. Harlem's no longer on the list because Kayla took their place. Smara's next. And is that the previous list? Oh yeah, I made it to the club. You're funny. You are funny, girl. You are funny. Okay, let me go and see if I can find. What am I doing? The list is right here. I've got it started. Okay, let me see the live where we are. Let me see the list you've just done me. Sorry guys, we're like trying to get back to figure out some stuff. Okay, so we've got okay, Samara. We had okay, Ash got taken off. Okay, Ethereal, REK, Melissa, Lovemore, Manor. Okay, and Avantika in space of what's it called? Ash. We can do that. Is Avantika still here? Because I don't even know if they left the room, but you've been added to the list at the end of the list because Ash put up her place. And I know Ash was saying some stuff, so I'll go back and read that when I finish up this reading. I guess my expectations with him is to have a stable relationship, a stable situationship with him. Okay, sorry for my eyes, like deceiving me. And honestly, that's the best thing that I think both of you guys get. If that's the case, you guys both meet each other's needs. Like genuinely, he's at the place of Knight of Wands energy. He's prepared to cause some chaos and confusion for it, so it's okay. And you guys both seem to be on the same page. So y'all know why there will be moments of breaking up or separating in essence. It's because you'll be sharing your connection or, you know, I guess putting energy into your connections elsewhere. So that's what that is. Listen, perfect. Okay. Y'all do you. Let's see. What's the guidance for Kayla in essence? Because she seems like she's with it. Okay. But he is right there, girl. He's gonna give like some really good Knight of Wands energy, if you know what I mean. Okay, so enjoy yourself, mama. He's in that space of his life. Those are the scenes he's playing out. That part, okay. Guidance for Kayla, guys, in closing out the space. Thank you. They said be assertive. Okay, be assertive. It's not a no. If it's not a no, listen to your intuition. There's not really many compromises to make in this space. It seems like you guys are sort of like on the same page on most things. Don't necessarily trust entirely the situation because, yeah, it's not anything that's going to grow from this in terms of like an actual stable relationship. But the situation seems to be a good fit. Okay. It's just when one's casting scenes like in those roles that there's just certain you see like how Shakespeare like wrote like these romance novels. He was inspired by that Knight of Wands energy. Okay, that's what that was. Yeah. Okay, so that was it, beautiful. But thank you for coming into space and sharing with us. We didn't even get into like full on breaking down any thoughts on the situation because we know sort of like where he's at with the situation. Do you see what I'm saying? We know where he's at. He just wants to be stealthy and make sure that he keeps the peace, and that's all we need. Okay. That part. Because y'all seem to be on the same page. You guys know. I don't judge, okay? However the situation is playing out for y'all, do your thing. I love the fact that you guys are actually on the same page. I think that's really the best space for the situation. What I will say, oh, okay, right. So we have some angels speaking. What I will say, okay, how do you feel about infidelity? Because they are saying that obviously you're continuing to perpetuate this cycle in motion karmically. So how do you feel about like receiving that or being on the receiving end of that? Just something to put out there. I'm really not trying to like invoke any guilt. I just have to, again, we spoke about emotional management and not getting too attached. Okay. Because it kind of is what it is type of situation. But yeah, that would be my question. I don't even know what the question was because there's so many downloads flowing through. The rain is bringing in all these insights. Dang, let's go on that note to crow's nest questions. So right. Okay. There we go. No, I hate you, girl. I hate you. I hate you. That night of one's energy gets pretty addictive as well. Yeah, it's a thing. But figures. Anywho, let's go and see what we're going to start off with question number one because we've got a few here for crow's nest. What are Hugo's? Who's a Libra? Oh, that means that they're in their activation season because we just had Libra new moon, I guess. Yeah. Hey, Tana. Free list is closed, my love. Donation list is open. That's such a tricky question as well. That is such a tricky question as well. In essence, we'd have to pull two separate decks to really understand the story behind both or whoever many situations. Okay, you're a Leo. Okay, good insight. Okay, interesting. He's in his ascension season. So let's see, guys. I was telling the guys earlier, had a whole exorcism that I had to do this week. So my spirit of procrastination's just been out here doing her best procrastinating, girl. So all the couple of times that I promised you guys that I'd be stopping in, none of the stuff that I thought I'd be doing actually got done. But I found myself on a different path in essence. Okay. But yeah, that's how I'm doing, beautiful. Had the exorcism, lost hot water in my house for like a day and a half. Don't know if I drew the energy from it or it was when I dispelled the entity. Down my kitchen sink. Sorry. I'm just like hearing myself out loud say these things. But yeah, eating breakfast for dinner. Yeah. Okay. That part. That part. I love a good breakfast for dinner, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I just went off on a thought track there. Sorry, crow's nest. Back in the room. Okay, beautiful. I've been hoping for commitment. Okay. Let's go and have a little look and see. What are Hugo's current feelings towards crow's nest? Interesting. Let's just let that be what it is. Firstly, interesting. Before I even put anything up. Okay. Major Arcana vibes. Okay. Hmm. He's got some anxieties, I guess. He's got some anxieties. Have you guys experienced cycles of like shutdowns and like withdrawals where one or both of you may be triggered to kind of like, I want to say retreat, but it seems like a bit of a withdrawing, just randomly, sporadically? I want to sort of like understand a little bit about what they're talking to me about here. Yeah, he has shut down before and withdrew. Yeah, that seems to be like a thing that he does in terms of like when he's trying to avoid, like he doesn't like conflict, he doesn't really know how to navigate it. Like when he gets disappointed in certain situations as well, or to avoid disappointments, he may have a tendency to kind of shut down. Um, as well, he's an independent emotional processor. So, what that means is that he likes to withdraw to take his own time to process things, refresh himself, and then come back to the space a little bit more whole before he can communicate. He's not one of those people that likes to communicate whilst he's highly emotionally charged. But he's got some anxieties, Mama. That's actually why he has withdrawn from time to time and has a tendency to withdraw from time to time. I asked him yesterday where he wanted this to go and he withdrew again. Yeah. Avoiding disaster. He's got some anxieties. Let's go and unpack the anxieties because I think that's the real team. Talk to me about some of these anxieties, guys. What are they? I think it's a part again of his tendency to be like independent. He doesn't necessarily want that responsibility of having to consider somebody, like actually having to consider someone's feelings. So that's a part of the situation. Okay. 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 Sorry. Okay. He himself has his own challenges about like just being optimistic about things. I think he's a little bit, he's not pessimistic, but he has a little bit of a sarcastic spirit, is the best way that I can put it. And that tends to be like his outlook on certain things in general, in essence. And I think that he's a, I wouldn't say a doom and gloom, but it's almost like why me? What like how me, like there's a little bit of a woe is me type track playing out back there in the subconscious, if I'm honest, which is kind of the thing that is perpetuating some of these anxieties. Okay, cool. He's anxious. I for transparency and disclosure, right? He's not necessarily sure if you're the one in essence, and I don't think that he's ready to make a decision on that too soon. Basically, he's not necessarily there yet. There are a few factors that he's still um, considering, in terms of some of the differences that you guys necessarily like, the differences that you guys have. But he's still prepared to make an effort, I guess, in essence, to engage and indulge. it's really not a you thing. This seems more like a him problem, to be honest with you. Um, let's see, what are his thoughts then? If these are his feelings, what are his thoughts towards Crow's Nest? Okay. Okay. How long has it been? Because his thing is like patience. Like, help me out. Okay. Yeah. He was like obsessed with me. He seemed so happy. He told me he had a crush on me for 8 months. And when things started getting more serious, he started withdrawing. Yeah, he's all about patience. But it's interesting because it's kind of like I heard him impatiently sort of like putting it across. Patience, you know. Um, okay. Okay. Okay, well, his thoughts on this. That's literally, girl. It's at the bottom of the deck. She showed up again. Okay, so the undertone, if you didn't believe me, is that his thoughts, as far as you, is that like she needs some patience. His thing is that you're kind of like looking on the outside and looking at the external. Um, and that's what's kind of like causing the impatience, but that's not him. That's not where he's at. That's not where you guys are at. Like, I guess he has his own set of values, basically, that he is moved by when it comes to relationships. And he's not quite. It's strange then if he pursued you, and it seems like he's still not quite convinced as to whether this is like the thing. Sorry, I'm gonna get myself comfortable. Okay. Yeah. Buttons are getting undone, y'all. Um, okay. That's interesting. His thoughts on the situation is that you need to be patient. Um, last month he asked me to move in with him and that he wanted to take care of me but didn't want a title, and I said no. Okay. 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 So he may have some relationship trauma. He may have some relationship trauma. Have you guys spoken about his relationships? Because it seems like obviously he has some anxiety. Um, and I get you. I get you on that. And this is what I was speaking about in terms of like relationship values, right? I hear you on that. Yeah, but you can't put that on him just because he doesn't necessarily want a title doesn't necessarily mean that he want, because he's clearly like committing without committing. So sometimes when people have like commitment trauma, basically, they become a commitment phobe and the titles become suffocating for them. So it's a bit of a challenge. So he really may have some anxieties. We haven't spoken about his relationships, but all he said was that his ex was a very toxic person. Well, girl, you need to dive into that because he has some anxieties, which is why you can't get a title. And you guys seem to be counter projecting at each other, both of your traumas, right? Your thing is, I need this title because I've experienced cheating in the past, but he's committing to you without wanting the title of actually, saying this is where we are because he's been there with somebody and didn't have a good experience. Like when you're on that ride at Six Flags, let's say, and you're kind of like, oh my God, I'm going to barf. And then you get off the ride and you're like, oh, that was such a good ride. And you go back on it again. That's kind of like what a toxic relationship is like. You know, if you survive it enough times, you kind of go back in just to sort of like test it out if you're curious. But each time you get more and more sick. So the toxicity from that situation's caused a lot of damage in essence to his nervous system because he has anxiety about like relationship stuff, which causes him to shut down and withdraw. And he no longer has the like the goals. I guess the couple goals situation died, I guess, with that person as well. And he's kind of working his way back up from a lot further back and at a slower pace as well. So as far as actions, what do we see him doing in the near future? Let's have a look at that. What will his next actions be? Okay, let's see. You got to look at that though, crow's nest. Okay, we're going to have a look and see what his next actions will be. But what I just said to you there, until that coding gets like, you guys will continue to like do these dances where he'll basically commit to you by his actions, but his words won't bring him there because he probably got scarred with words of affirmations. That person was probably a verbal abuser in the relationship, which is probably why he struggles with titles in essence, right? Well, I think it's a case of making it a safe enough space for him to feel comfortable. Vulnerability is something that is commanded, not demanded. Do you feel what I'm saying? So if you are able to sort of like share, sometimes when people really, they've got lots of walls built up, you can share a few times and they still don't get the cues that this is your moment to be vulnerable as well. But as you do it often enough, they become like, you know, they start to have this desire to be able to relieve themselves as well because they see how beneficial it is to you in that space to be able to share and grow and move forward, right? But yeah, I say that because it's going to be crucial for your relationship moving forward. Like, he's got some relationship PTSD, and that's like serious stuff. I know, like, we come and we play around and stuff, but seriously, like, trauma is trauma because it's affecting you. You're basically paying for the sins of the person before you, and vice versa. He's obviously navigating through his own challenges of your trust issues as well. Right. What will his next actions be towards our girl crow's nest? Okay. He wants to take it on, actually. He wants to take on the commitment of you. And he wants to take on the responsibility of you. Okay. 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 Sorry, I'm like seeing something, so I want to get some clarity on it. About what? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So at the minute, it seems like he's getting a little bit of mental clarity about how to sort of shoot his shot with the situation. Let's see. Talk to me. What's the move in essence when it comes to Okay, thank you. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. There you go. Wasn't that easy? I appreciate that. Sorry, sometimes when they get big, I have to encourage them. But yeah, I think he's going to be able to sort of come back into the space, but on his own time. And this opportunity for you to be able to get the insight of this little bit of information, essentially, is because he's still working at his own trust issues, right? And it's interesting because you guys are both sort of like you guys are in the same class on that trust issues, obviously for different reasons because you guys are scarred for different reasons, right? But I he has some scarring from his previous situation, my love. And it's not little stuff. I can see the weights of the like ripping of his heart where, like I said, that person was a verbal abuser. That was definitely one of the things that he experienced in the situation. And because of some of these factors, without him being able to sort of like move through some of these traumas, you're going to struggle with getting that title that you so want and desire. Um, but I do also want to say to you that acts of service is one of his biggest love languages. Words of affirmation isn't necessarily his dominant love language at the minute, per se, right? Because I think he felt like in previous situations, people would say things and not necessarily like align with their words. So, in terms of their behavior, so I don't know how much value he still has on words of affirmations, but acts of service is like one of the biggest things to him. And I think he wants to be there. I think that was what I saw as well. He wants to be able to sort of like be there and actually look after you. Like he wants to take on that responsibility. um I think he's gonna kind of like bring his walls down, um and he will kind of like shoot his shot. um there may be an opportunity for the relationship to move to a new level. I think that you guys are going to be navigating through a timeline over the course of the next few months, in the next 3 to 4 months or so, where the seriousness, because I'm hearing severity, but the seriousness is what I think that they're meaning to sort of like put across the the seriousness of the relationship. Um, that's actually in review over the course of the next 3 to 4 months for you guys, and you guys will continue to ask some of those questions until you come to the same page about a few of the things that you both need to get some clarity on in order to be able to move forward. So where you guys are right now, I wouldn't call it stagnant in terms of the energy, but this is more of a sifting through and working through in terms of like where you guys go from here. Okay. But yeah, I guess once they're able to sort of decompress, they'll come into the space like letting you see that it's a safe space, I guess, to be able to sort of open oneself up. Do you see him wanting to work on it with me? I do think that there's an element, I guess, of I want to say codependency in essence. At the minute, it's interesting because we started off talking about the fact that they're an independent emotional processor, so they like to process on their own. But they've become emotionally attached to you, and there's a little bit of emotional codependency there. And I think that they do see you in their world, but yeah, they're just battling some inner demons at the minute, for lack of a better way of putting it. Beautiful. They got some trauma that they still have to navigate through, and yeah, they're not on the other side of it yet, but they hope to be able to, I guess, work through it with you. Okay. Well, do you still want to go with that third question? Because we went with this question instead. Do you see him wanting to work on it? Yeah. And literally, I just parted the deck as well with the tarot just to get another official confirmation because I looked at what was already present in essence. But yeah, definitely happy family. We've got the 10 of Cups. So all about happy family, harmonious situation. Like that's ultimately kind of what he hopes to be able to do. Yeah, well, in essence, we kind of like answered that other situation instead. But I'm going to sort of like see what the guidance is for you on this beautiful and see what the guides have to say overall. Hey, Kayanat. Um, let's see. And what I want to say to you as well, beautiful, is that because you're like, got that donation, Kayanat. It's so funny. There, I don't know if you guys had that, but there was a beep. And now I've got static. Oh, you guys can't see. I wish you guys could see thoughts. When we get to that point of technology where we can see thoughts and we can see all these downloads pouring into my mind. But yeah, I got that. Appreciate. We'll go and dive into your stuff in a second if you don't mind the process that we're doing because the guides want it to be fair in essence. I'm going to pull one from the free list and then come back because I'm doing a donation reading now. Otherwise, the free list just sits there waiting in essence, and their guides have started complaining about that process. So we're gonna make it a little bit of a fair context in essence, right? Thank you. Thank you for your patience and understanding. I'm gonna close out the space with some overall guidance for you. What's the advice? Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're saying this isn't a hard no. It really isn't a hard no. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're saying it's more of a self-sabotage thing more so than anything else that he's doing right now with the situation. But they do want me to let you know that it's not something that's going to change overnight. This is the way that he processes emotionally. This is something that you will have to adapt to on as he grows, basically, into better ways of obviously dealing with conflict and just certain situations in general. Um, but you definitely do yourself some favor by if you can, I know it's going to be like a touchy subject because it seems to be a bit of a closed book when it comes to files about those types of things. Vulnerability isn't something that he's comfortable with. I think he learned in the last situation that it wasn't a safe space to be vulnerable, but you make him feel comfortable. So I definitely recommend that you utilize that aspect of your nurturing to your advantage to really be able to dive into this a little bit. With the ex situation because that anxiety that he's navigating through can easily be triggered by different moon cycles in essence. Do you see what I'm saying? And there can be, for instance, now obviously we're navigating through the Taurus new moon energy, the Taurus full moon energy, sorry. He's getting an opportunity to release this in essence for you guys' stability. But first, you had to come here to learn what the hell he needed to release, girl. So, yeah. And I'm going to send you guys some energies in terms of working on it. I think he wants to work on it. I think he likes you enough to work on it. I think you're a good stimulus and motivator, I guess, to be able to be the catalyst for some change here, which is why the universe paired you guys together. So I like this for you guys. But they're saying like this situation is more of a self-sabotage thing. So just know it's not a hard no. And yeah, I think you guys will be able to communicate on the situation when it's time. He's just kind of getting himself back to a place where he can actually speak. Yeah. she says as it pours down with rain. Okay. I hope that was useful for you, though, my love. And do come back and join us as well. Okay, so Smara, my love, once you get yourself together for your questions, that's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know about where you guys are, right? But it has been raining throughout the whole of October. I'm like, snap. How much cleaning do we need? But you know, Europe, well, the UK in essence, is in the heart chakra of the earth. So we're always crying, I guess. Yeah, the heart's always sort of like beating, but it rains all the time, constantly. But that's one of my theories as to why. Actually, it's always bleeding. Right. Smara not here? Maybe she's typing. Look at okay, there we go. There we go, Smara. Pop your question in the chat. Don't forget I also have the live link as well, guys. For anyone that does want to sort of stop in, I'm going to pop it in the chat. Okay. We are rolling. What is going on out there? We're going to try and get through as much of what we can tonight as well, guys. Okay. Okay, honey, I want to know, how is the space between me and Gianni? And if I start a sexual relationship with him, will it end well? Good questions. I like the into question because ultimately, like, that's the question. But thank you, Mina. Oh, girl, I hear you. Okay. And we also want to make sure that the fun's worth it. That's what this is. That's all this is. We don't want to have fun. And then the fun's like, I wish I'd saved that change for the next ride. But yeah. You know what I mean. Okay, guys. So, firstly, we want to look at what's the space like between Gianni and our girl, Smardunia. Okay. Let's set that part, okay? Okay. What is the space like between the two? Okay. Thank you. Okay. That is too funny. Hold on. I'm going to clarify this just to make sure that I'm seeing what I'm seeing here. Okay? Talk to me, guys. Put that into perspective for me. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Okay. It's funny, right? Because they were literally saying to me, like, the space at the minute is like low key. I don't want to call it like depression, but a little bit of like tormenting thoughts, if you will, about certain skills that aren't being taken advantage of. That's why I laughed straight off the bat. I was like, y'all are joking. Obviously, because we're talking about having some fun and all of that kind of stuff, but they're saying that that's the space at the minute y'all are navigating through some managing that sort of hopelessness, basically. But they're saying, when I clarified it, they're saying, like, at the minute, um, there's a little bit of indecision. Is that indecision because of your second question? Because you don't want to start something with him that may come with some scars? Is that what that is? Because they're sort of like ultimately saying that the disregard for these skills is actually like happening because of indecision, which is happening from like, I wouldn't say overthinking things, but definitely like some tension, you know, some tension. Let's go and have a look and see how will it end as well. And answer the question, I guess, that I put out there. There was a question somewhere in there, girl. I think I asked you. Um, dang, what was the question? That happens a lot when I lose a channel. It's been happening a lot recently as well. It's like my chakras are so open. Just like let stuff pass through. My bad. I missed the question, girl, but I hope you caught it. If you did caught it, answer the question. I don't know what he will decide. Well, I think he didn't expect to say that. Okay, let's see. What I want to get an understanding of, guys, is how will things play out if she does get intimate with Gianni? Those are some of the things that one needs to navigate through. Oh, snap. Oh, 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 that's too funny. Okay, let me go and read what you're saying. Because I told him that I'm in this mood. Yeah, I guess he wasn't expecting you to say that. I guess he wasn't expecting you to say that at all. Do you know what? What I was laughing about? What was that? The I can't even remember what they said to me on the cards, but it was so funny. It's like they just zapped that back from my mind. They just zapped it back. It's like they literally just zapped it back from my mind. But yeah, it's funny. That is funny. Um, not gonna lie, it's still gonna be one of those situations where that was it. That was it. That was it. I came back into the channel, y'all. I'm back in the channel. They said, when I asked about like how it will kind of like unravel, they said that he has a high likelihood of activating your crazy bitch syndrome. I'm sorry. It's a spirit that has basically developed out here, like that has actually become like a manifestation. It's a poltergeist and it attaches to people, right? When they have, it depends on like the severity of the situation. But yeah, think that's why I'm laughing. When I came back into the channel again and I like saw it and I'm like, okay, there it was. And it was still saying the same thing again. So I had to deliver it this time, girl. But yeah, he's clearly likely to be able to sort of activate those types of spiritual attachments, I guess. But I think it's because the attachment with him, is, I think he's cautious as well, you know. How can I put it? I think he doesn't want to hurt you. I think he's definitely at a place there because I can sense that he doesn't want to hurt you. I think he's still sort of like figuring some stuff out. Do you want a relationship? Let me ask you this question in essence. Do you want a relationship right now, or are you okay with a casual ship of a situationship for right now? I have to ask that question because I guess he's still not necessarily like fully there yet in terms of like, oh, I'm so enthusiastic about diving into a relationship, you know? Yay! He's not there yet. I think he's still trying to decide ultimately, right? What relationships look like. Oh, and I can't invest in him. Okay. Well, let me understand a little bit. Why is this not necessarily a door to romance? Because that's one of the things that they're basically putting across in terms of how this is likely to play out. Oh, they're saying. Oh, interesting. Sorry. Go on, continue. Tell me, guys. Okay. Yeah, still patience. That's why it's not a door to romance. It's basically the same story that I'm gonna play out, and this is so eerily creepy. This is so eerily creepy in terms of the scenes, right? Because this is literally how it's actually played out. So they said, in order to clarify what they mean about the path that is like this door that doesn't necessarily lead to romance, just like the sequence that you guys kind of played out before. Broken heart, right? And kind of like, releasing certain pains and becoming optimistic. And the thinking woman is kind of got to a place where she's at the temple path where you've kind of like found some peace with the situation. And now you're back to holding the heart and putting your heart out there and being open and, being, I guess, willing to be patient, because that seems to be like the master key in this dynamic or situation with you guys. I don't think he's like ready for a relationship right now. So again, it's going to be some practicing patience for you. And I think that that's something to, I guess, consider. There's a little bit of indecision here as well. With the situation. It doesn't get hostile or anything, but yeah, it's more a case of just kind of like being positive about the situation. So, how it plays out is that it's not necessarily a path to, you know, a long-term stable thing that you're sort of like looking for, because I'm assuming that's what you'd be hoping for with the situation, because that's the energy that we're sort of like under, and that energy is being placed in the places that we feel that's most optimal. So I'm assuming that that's what you were hoping for with the situation. What's conversations like at the minute? Help me to understand some stuff there, because I don't know why there's still this sense that he's still there, I guess. Yeah, no, I figured because the timelines that we're on at the minute, that's kind of what everything's kind of calling for. Um, hey Kay, good to know you're here. Ethereal Goddess, good to know you're here. Kay, not that's good to know that you're here, because you're up next, so start getting your questions ready as well. Um, okay, and what was his response to being exclusive? Is he open to really sort of seeing it through? Mm. But he has a problem with exclusive thing. No shit. He's not there yet. He's still indecisive. He's so indecisive, and I don't think that that's because of being, like sometimes people can't decide on something because they're almost what can you call it? It's almost like they are, what would you call it? They're stunted in that sort of situation. They're not able to make a decision, pretty much. It's not a situation like that. He doesn't want anything serious. Beautiful. That's how that plays out. Like it's still you holding the patience card, holding a clock. Like when, Gianni? When? 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 You hold me accountable, girl, but I can show up for class. You see what I'm saying? It won't be a hostile situation as well either, or anything like that, but it would essentially be one of those things. He's just not there. I don't know what to tell you, beautiful. It seems like he's telling you as well. Um, his core values and your core values aren't aligned at the minute. And I don't know that, yeah, it's something that can be overlooked, because you want, ultimately, because of these two core values, it kind of determines on paper that you want different things as far as where you are right now. You may want the same things later on in life, as far as when he would like to have more of an exclusive situation. But yeah, right now he doesn't want anything exclusive. And you're not necessarily comfortable with that. So let's go and see then, guys. Let's see what's the advice for you. Oh, Avantika, you are still here. You managed to get a spot. But we are literally just getting for the first person on the free list, practically. Guidance for, okay, good stuff. We've got hard no at the bottom of the deck. So, what do you guys advise? Okay. They said if you do decide to take action on the situation, just kind of like you'll have to remain positive, because the romance situation's very, very complicated and tricky, and you'll have to be assertive if you go down that path. But ultimately, there's something better than this, because this situation isn't necessarily going to improve, and the communication isn't going to get any clearer than what it is at the minute. You can choose to wait and see if the situation improves. Yeah. They're saying it's your choice, but you won't get much more information. Like you'll just hear the same thing ultimately. He's not ready. That's not where he's at. That's not where his, I guess, focus is, and that's not what he's looking to do at the minute, in essence. So, yeah. The advice for you is to take action if you feel fit to do that in the next few weeks. No major expectations, however. Are you willing to sort of like be patient and wait? Because it seems like the Gianni thing started, we spoke about this last time, right? Started in January. It's been ongoing for a little bit throughout this year. Like it's been broken in essence, right? The channel started and then pretty soon disconnected, not too long after the fact. So, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It could potentially grow into something. I'll say that to you. But I think what it is that, hey Sammy, I think the next questions actually Kayanat, they did a donation, but I'm gonna store your question. Um yeah. I don't know if the returning X is Gianni. Okay. No, essentially, that's already playing out, my love. I mean, yeah, that's kind of like, in essence, what's playing out with this situation. Did he return or did you go seeking? Did you sort of like reach out to let him know sort of like where you are, or is the communication something that kind of like gradually sort of like developed again recently? What's that space? Just a little bit. Help me understand just a little bit. Because there's a lot going on here. I sent him. Okay. Yeah. 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 It's still the same thing. He's still at the same place. Still doesn't want exclusivity. I'm glad that he's honest and open about it, because then you don't have to be sort of like led on a string, you know? You can kind of like do your own thing and figure your own situations out as well. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's up to you, but I wouldn't necessarily waste my time. I don't know that it will end well. Will it end well? No. I wouldn't say it doesn't end well. I would simply say it doesn't end in your favor, because what you want from the situation is not what you will get, basically. Um, what you will get is a whole bunch of patient claps. And I don't know if you want to say any of those. Okay, I feel like it's like getting written up for a citation to just go and sit in patient's class for like a good 3 to 5 years. It's like doing time. Oh God, I almost choke on that, but yeah, it's like doing time in patient class, literally. Okay, so hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. I don't know how useful it could have been, but yeah. But I'm glad that you went back there to be able to sort of see for yourself that it kind of was what it was, and you were where you were at the time when you chose to make the decision that you did to walk away from that situation, because it's kind of like still the same issue basically that you guys had in essence. Okay, so we had Kayanat. Did Kay not put their question out? Sorry, I'm like having a look. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Thank you. Let's pop that up on the screen so I can get a better understanding on that and visual. May I ask what is coming for my connection with Chav? Her feeling for me romantically. We're not in much contact at the moment, but we'll connect soon. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Nice to see what the space is like that you're moving sort of into. Sorry, I pushed my seat so far out there. I was struggling to bring it back in, y'all. Okay, so Lego. Let's see. Firstly, let's have a look at her romantic feelings. Let's have a look at Chav's romantic feelings for Kay and Art. Hey, my love, I'm good. Your Highness, I love that. Your Highness. Okay. Okay, thank you. That was quick and easy. That was a quick and easy one, guys. Okay, sorry. Donation is still open. There's only 2 spots left. And then we're going to shut that down. And then I think Sammy put her question out there and I started, right? Yeah, she put her question out there and I started. And then we'll go back onto the stuff. But yes, okay, so her feelings romantically. PayPal, the PayPal details is in the description. Yeah, the Cash App's not working for some reason, hasn't worked for months. That's okay. I don't think I saw your question, Avantika. So I'm glad that you've kind of like gotten a little bit of a grasp on how I read and stuff, to be able to figure out the appropriate question. I think it's always important because a question's everything. It kind of like accesses the file from different perspectives depending on how we ask it. So what I'm seeing with the situation in terms of their feelings, they're kind of being, yeah, they're being stealthy about, I guess, some of the things that they may not be all the way satisfied about when it comes to them being lonely. So I think that there are certain aspects. Let's dive into that. Sorry, we're already doing clarifiers, guys. Okay. Okay. So okay, my love, all good. All good. Let's see, and hopefully I'm reminded to be able to sort of like put that out there before. Okay, what is solo life purpose? There's many levels. It depends on what aspect of your timeline you want me to tap into. Give me an age range in timeline, because trust me, as we grow, we flow. It's just the tides. Yeah, we'll start flowing into like different channels of like purpose, basically. But yeah, and I don't want to give you like a taboo cliche thing. I really want to unpack a like proper visual on a timeline for you. Sorry, sidebar Kainat, but I'm back in the room with you. Yeah, I think there are some things that they're not necessarily all the way satisfied about, but I don't know if that's anything to do with you. So I want to unpack that a little bit more to get some clarity. Okay. Talk to me about the dissatisfaction. What are some of the things that one's dissatisfied about? Thank you. Okay. Okay. The moving on process. There's been creative blockages. Okay, and having to experience. Okay, so the dissatisfaction was mainly for being like lonely. That's the one thing that they were dissatisfied with their situation. So I guess she welcomes this. I guess she feels like she's kind of like taking something into control or taking it into her own hands, basically. Yeah. So, okay. So what does that translate to in terms of like romantic feelings? Ooh, there's some passion, I guess, to be expressed, which is always nice. So we're going to go to the romance deck. Okay. Thank you. Okay. You guys have known each other for a minute and this is like a rekindling, right? I've been focusing on myself more. We're both stable women, which is good. I think one of the things that they're sort of like putting across in the situation is that you guys, this isn't like a honeymoon situation in essence for you guys, because you guys have already been getting to know each other. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think she feels like she's basically like been able to sort of like this for her in terms of like romance. They're at the level of seeing it as like a flirting sort of like situation. And they want to be able to sort of like unpack that and really see, I guess, where that takes them with the situation, which is interesting. Um, that's interesting. Sorry, I wanted to get some context on that. Okay, let's dive into the connection. That's what I wanted to have a look at. It's been really light and playful, but wanted to be a girl who doesn't at this point with this Taurus full moon energy. That's like, that's literally class at the minute. I did say to everybody, look, okay, God is sort of like receiving, all of those things that we're manifesting with the stability label on it. God is taking those petitions at the minute. So throw them up there, man. Like all of our little alarm clocks are like, must get stability. Ha, ha. A whole lot. But you can feel the intensity of this Taurus full moon for me before sort of even coming into it. It was pretty intense, to be fair. But yes, let's go and have a look and see a little bit more about like the connection. Talk to me about the connection, guys. I think Your Highness is saying that they donated. Bear with me 2 secs. So I don't get too distracted. No, I know. I figured as much. Beautiful. That happens here. Thank you. You did get that donation. We'll get you added to the list. Just so you know, because we're doing a donation reading at the minute, we would take somebody else from the free list and then we'll come back to you on the donation list because you get to sort of like be moved up the queue, but we're balancing everything by keeping the free list moving as well. So next, I guess after Kaina. We've got who have we got actually? Sammy's question. And she's already put her question out there, so I'm gonna read it, I guess. And then I'll come around to your question as well. Don't worry. Okay. But yes. It's been really low and playful, but I wanted to get more solid. Sorry, I'm like seeing back the old stuff. Okay, cool. So, want to get a little bit of context, guys, on what the connection is going to be like with Chav. They're due to sort of like rekindle soon, like physically in person. So, show me. What's that? What's that likely to be like? Oh, I felt that one come into my brain. Okay, thank you. Literally. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Let me make some room because we're gonna need some space to unpack all this good stuff. Okay, let me put these bad boys here. In terms of the connection, okay, let me see. Hey, Aria. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I like this. Oh, free list is closed, my love. The donation list has got one more slot available, and then we're going to close that out as well. And want to explore a connection in that area more. We're not colleagues anymore, so maybe that will open doors. Well, it's interesting that you spoke about doors. Okay, we've got door to value, we've got adjacent possibilities. There's lots of doors here, trust me. It's a matter of what doors being open. So interesting. I'm glad that you sort of like put that across, because that's a major factor to the situation that they're speaking to me about. Like, this isn't necessarily a situation where the work dynamic is a factor to the situation, but and however, it's not necessarily like fully at a place of, oh, is this romanticized in essence, right? One question's £3, my love. The details are in the description. Yeah, you saw it. The details are in the description. But yeah, the situation is that even though there's not a full-on clarity on what this could potentially be romantically, I think that you guys have a base foundation of having the same values, and I think that that's the thing that you guys will connect on during this connection that you guys will be having, and that's really where you guys are going to sort of be able to sort of like decide to take it from there or not. You know, at the moment they're kind of like liking the opportunity to be able to flirt with the situation. Is kind of taking them out of this really challenging place of loneliness and isolation. So I think, yeah. Question to you, Kainat, just so that I can get some clarity on this context, because I see some indecision and I want to be able to get a little bit of understanding and put it into context, like I said. Sorry, they're like going crazy with the fireworks out there at the minute. With the situation, would they be bi, or are they sort of coming into the fold? I asked the question to get some clarity on an aspect of the situation. So answer me that question. Are they bi, or are they sort of like curiously coming into the situation because I see something that I want to go and unpack a little bit more as well, basically. I don't necessarily know that they're like fully open heart wise in terms of the romance aspect, but they're open to be able to flirt with the idea. So I really want to get some understanding and context. Feel me? It's new for both of us. She dates men before. Yeah, well, that's why we want to figure it out, girl. Tell me too, guys. Tell me. Tell me so I can tell her. Okay. Glad that we got that clarified because now I'm gonna go and unpack some stuff to get some insight. Okay, so what do you see in terms of the potential of this taking a different course? Okay. 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 I'm gonna say this to you. Okay, Aria. Look at you, girl. Okay, let me just check and confirm. I think I just got a message. Yep, just got a message. Thank you, beautiful. We'll add you to the list after Sammy. Okay, so I think that at the minute, this is a nice space to be able to kind of like have a good little flirt and, kind of just not feel so alone, I guess, in the process of things, right? Oh God, they're going crazy with the fireworks at the minute. And after this as well, I'm going to need to take a quick break just quickly. And I'll be back as well to do Sammy's question and Aria's question. And then we can go back into the free list because the donation list is now closed, I'm assuming. I think we had 4 donations that we sort of mentioned, right? Sorry, I'm just checking. Yeah, I think we've got our 4 donations that we've mentioned for tonight because we want to be able to sort of balance out the free list nicely as well and get that nicely done for the evening as well. So we'll be good with that. Yeah, we'll work with that. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Free lists and then Aria and then the donation list is closed. But I think that both of you guys will basically be like very grounded in the space and in the situation. I think it's a nice emotional support, I guess, in essence, is probably the best way that I can put it. That's kind of like what it feels like. Will it develop into something serious? I'm not necessarily seeing that on the cards for you. But I am seeing that you guys are sort of like valuing the same things at the minute. So you guys are on the same value system. So it's kind of harmless, basically. It's kind of like harmless flirting for the most part. Okay, sorry, let me just have a little look and see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, by the looks of it, it seems like in terms of getting into something like fully committed, that's a no, but I guess flirting with the situation or playing with the situation a little bit, yeah, I guess that's as far as it goes with this, I guess. I guess it's a fun little distraction. That's probably the best way that I can put it because it seems like a little bit of a nice distraction, I guess, on their part, is how it's kind of like coming across. Yeah, it is a nice distraction. I'm sorry if that's not necessarily what you wanted to hear, my love. But I'm always going to keep it honest with you guys. Money magnet. Um, the free list is actually closed, and we just closed out the donation list. I wasn't too sure if I wanted to keep like a spot open on the donation list. I heard somebody's guide said possibly. We'll see. So I'm not sure, but for now it's closed, I guess. I can't figure out how she feels. She acts hot and cold. No, and I get that. I get that. And I can tell because I think she likes the idea more than she's committed to the act. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think that that's something that she herself is battling with at the minute. And that's why I had to, because I could see the internal battle. And that's why I had to understand her journey into this. And that's why I asked the buy thing, because it seemed like there was an aspect of like real deep struggle of indecision when it comes to the decision in essence. So, yeah, I think it's more to do with that. Yes, we do fill out that loneliness for each other, and I think that that's really ultimately the situation. Sorry, money magnet. Um, Tune in on Halloween. I'm gonna be out here in these YouTube streets. Okay, we'll see whilst the portal's open what we can get on this side. I've I, I've not really sort of like done readings for anyone. Usually, I'm there with my cards, like because I know the veil's thin, the portal's open, and I want to get as much clarity as possible. So, yeah, but tune in on Tuesday. Yes, at this point, that's both of us. Yeah, yeah. And I think, with the situation, that's why it doesn't necessarily sort of like grow into anything because one's still figuring it out, right? Yeah, and the free list is closed, my love. Yeah, the free list is closed. Um, I know, I think Mina's like passed out a bit, but I've got the list starred. I've got it starred to some degree, Ari. I think I don't have it like fully up to date, but I know where we are with everything at the minute. I know that Ari is after Sammy, and then we're back to the list that I do currently have from Mina. That's why I'm also sort of closing out the list as well, because she gets to get a reading if she's here by the end, if she wants it still, because we missed her initially, you know? Yeah, no, and I can imagine, Avantika, that happens. Okay. I think you're like far on the list as well. So if your eyes drop off, tell your guides when you're about to like zone off like into sleep, tell your guides to remind me to do a final little pull for you at the end. Ideally I like people to be here, and if they're not, I usually just stop the live. I'll see where I'm at the end to do a read for you. Depends on if you throw that little request out there soon enough for them to be able to remind me at the end. Okay, because I know what it's like. But yeah, I think both of you guys seem to be sort of learning with the situation, and there's like an initial fulfillment with it. But at the same time, it feels like, yeah, this isn't necessarily going to go anywhere. But you seem fine about it as well. It doesn't really seem like it shakes you guys either way, really. I've been also moving on a bit and getting success with work, but she hasn't said a word to me about it. Don't know why. I feel like she holds back. Yeah, you don't say. Holds back quite a bit, actually, just in general. That's just the way that they seem to be a little bit more reserved. You want to call it like a bit of an aloof personality. But yeah. Hmm. But yes, there are two Ks. There are two Ks. We had Kayla Tillett We had KNR, we have KK, like actual like K that's here as well on the list after you as well, Ari. But yeah, what's the overall guidance then for KNR with this situation? What do you guys advise? Oh, thank you. That was quick and easy, y'all. Snap. Okay. They're saying, right? They're saying that this is a yes situation, and they're not necessarily recommending that you stop. It's something that will kind of like fizzle out, like before the end of the year type thing, in the sense of romantically. Okay. I just gotta keep it true with y'all. I gotta be honest. But I hope that that was useful for you. Okay. Okay. Yes, beautiful. I'm gonna be having my own little hat. Oh, you guys are giving me ideas. I'm thinking about dressing up. Actually, I might just go out and get a little hat, which isn't really a dress up. It's more of a, you know, unveiling. So, thank you, beautiful. Thank you for stopping into the space and checking that out with us. Right, we're gonna go to Sammy's question. And then, Sammy, are you here, my love? Because I know that you were here earlier. And I know we're navigating through some time difference, so I don't want to keep you for too long. And then we're going to go on to Aria. Okay. Okay. I don't know if they're still here, if Sammy's still here. Yeah, she is. Okay, perfect, my love, perfect. I've got your question already, so I'm just going to pop it up on the screen and I'll do your quick read before. Yes, I know. Thank you, beautiful. Perfect. So, any message for me? So my ex sis is spying on my status as well. Yeah. When we're about to level up, the devil just activates any little agents he can get. Such a little, yeah, it's an interesting thing. Actually, it's an interesting aspect of it. But let's go and dive into any messages for our girl Sam. Anything for our girl Sam, guys? Ouch. Okay. Oh, yeah, because I was seeing Five of Cups energy. There's like loss and regret. Okay, you're releasing the shadow side and you're determined to release the shadow side. So the chariot's been activated for you. God's chariot is moving for you, my love, which is beautiful because essentially what this means is that, oh, there's a celestial body that is working in your favor at the minute. What is it? Give it to me, guys. Prophet Muhammad spoke about it, actually. That's why I'm trying to sort of like, I'm struggling to be able to sort of like grasp the name. I literally can see it right there in my mind's eye, but I'm not computing it. Anywho, yeah, seems like you're actually definitely sort of like letting go. of anything that was holding you back. And this is interesting because this is probably why you see your ex and his sister showing up, because basically it's like a thing, like, like when demons energy, basically like when their energy attaches itself to you or whatever. So like if a hater is hating and then their hate basically touches your space and your shit starts to crumble, like they feel good, right? They feel like, oh, that feels nice, because then that energy can feed, right? But when there isn't necessarily the room for that energy to be able to feed, then they want to check. They want to check in. They want to check and see where you are. They want to understand what's going on. What's the situation? Why is it moving like this? Why is it, it's one of those things. So you're doing some stuff right, clearly, because it seems as though these are two big major arcana situations as well, as far as like the Chariot and the Shadow card. The Shadow card, in essence, kind of like reminds me of the Devil card, like full blown in the tarot. So it's basically speaking about releasing bondages. You're not necessarily in a situation of like letting certain people take your power, and you seem to be very, very determined in that place as well, and it's working in your favor. Like I said, there's Pegasus. That's it. That's it. Hold on, sorry. I'm gonna go and grab the connection because they're telling me something, but I need to get it to get the okay, the Pegasus constellation. The Pegasus constellation is really basically working in your favor at the minute. Um this is interesting. What star sign are you, Sammy? Just a question. Sorry, I'm like waiting for Sammy to let me know what her star sign is. I'm sure she's probably said before as well. But you know what it's like when you're sort of like navigating through channels, you kind of have to go back and go back. Sorry, I was like trying to get some clarity on something. Yeah, let me know what star sign you are, just so that I can understand how that aspect is playing out, because they were very adamant in me being able to remember. It's almost like they kept shouting it out in the back. And that's why I kept saying to you guys, I can see it there, but it's like my mind wasn't computing it just yet. But eventually I got it. It came to the forefront of my consciousness. Yeah, that's playing a really, really big factor in some of these like changes that you're navigating through at the minute. Some of these turning points that are pivoting in your life at the minute. Yeah. This is nice. This means you're like out here like demon hunting. You know what I mean? Like, slaying some, you know, that part, which is nice. I love that for you, because it means that you're breaking through your own resistances. You're breaking through your own like barriers that you can potentially create for yourself. It means that you're moving forward into a place of being able to create. Okay. And what should she know about this path that she's sort of like on in releasing the shadow and claiming her power? What should she know about this path? Oh, that's nice. Wish fulfillment along this part of the journey. That's nice. We love that. Okay. Hierophant. Girl. Okay. I don't know if you got my question about like your star sign, because I asked it a minute ago. I don't know if you were like typing it or what the situation was, but my answer to that question is, where like this is the part of the journey where you can start thinking about relationship stuff. Kind of like being you're navigating through essentially, I'm not gonna lie, but you're getting your balance back. Taurus, okay. Ah, this is your moon. This is your moon, mama. So the Pegasus constellations charging you up during this moon cycle, which is nice for you. Listen, this is a good time for you to set some romance intentions, like in terms of romance class. Um, Reason why I say that, obviously we're still in the energies of the Libra new moon, and we've just got that supercharged, which was a solar eclipse, that Libra new moon. And we just got that solar charged, basically. We got that with this Taurus full moon. Oh, sorry. That's okay, Sammy. I've got it. I've got it. I think there was a little bit of a delay in the situation. They're saying on this side of the, on this side of this journey of reclaiming your power, you're going to be a lot more, I guess, protective in ways when it comes to your energy, especially in terms of like what you're looking for in a partner and a partnership and all of that kind of stuff. You're going to be very selective, let's say. Oh, yes. Your Highness donated before Aria, so it would be Your Highness and then Aria. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. You did. So sorry. Thank you for clarifying that for me as well, my love. Oh, Mina, you're back in the building. Yeah, I think the next donation, because I was thinking there was like a couple of donations that quickly ended the list, but I think higher, Your Highness was actually on there before Aria. She did the donation. They did the donation before Aria. So pop them on. So Aria, just to clarify, then that means after Sammy, it would be Your Highness. Then I would do who else is on the list. So after Sammy, I think it's Ethereal, and then I'd come back to you, Aria. Again, just to sort of like balance the scales, I guess, of fairness and equality. You know. Trust me, it's such a challenge. Trying to like balance. Like they give me shit as well when I finish. Like the spirits, they give me shit as well. Mostly, I gotta get everybody out the house. Okay, when I'm done. But yeah, thank you, beautiful. Much appreciated. Okay, so they're saying that you are going to be a little bit more, yeah, just prepared is probably the best way that I can put it. Prepared to kind of dive into making sure that there's no unnecessary, unexpected, like surprises, basically. But you're reclaiming your power over this situation. You're definitely reclaiming your power. This may even sort of be outlining as well. Like, this is another area where you've kind of like shown with the ex and the sister, they're kind of like showing you this is an area where you've reclaimed your power because this situation is no longer impacting or affecting you in the same way or to the same degree that it perhaps once used to, or have the same sort of like stronghold that it used to mentally and stuff. But yeah, that means you're doing something right, because when a demon comes to like check on its meal, it's usually like they've sensed the meal's got up and left. Basically. So let's see then, guys. What do you guys sort of like recommend our girl Sammy does during this time then, while she's getting this like activation to reclaim her power? Okay. It's not about crown chakra per se. This is about third eye. This is about third eye chakra. This is about the third eye and realizing that there's no daughter value. You've forgiven him, but you don't have to forget on certain situations. You've forgiven them, but you don't have to forget the way that you were sort of like treated on certain things as well. And this is going to assist you as you kind of like move forward to really be able to like that forgiveness in this situation gives you the room to be able to open your heart to other situations moving forward that you'll be a little bit like wary. You'll be scrutinizing a little bit, trying to understand it a little bit more. But those are some of the challenges that you have to sort of like face on the other side of this, I guess, update and ascension that you're essentially navigating through, because it's your moon season. So it's an inevitable, but the universe supports it for you. And what is the overall guidance then for our girl, Sammy? It's interesting though. We've got literally all we've got out here for you, Sammy, is major arcanas. We've got the shadow side, which is basically indicative of the devil, but it's in reverse. So you're reclaiming power, and we've got the Hierophant, which was like on a side. So you're kind of like navigating through the path of like traditional relationship class and what that looks like, because your relationship or your dynamic when it comes to lovers hasn't necessarily been the most traditional in context of like how you would like for it to play out, right? And you're almost kind of like not necessarily giving up on that ideology, but you're redefining what that looks like for you in essence as well anyway. So you're kind of like reclaiming your whole power from the toxicity, I guess, that you navigated through with BD, baby daddy. Guidance then, guys, for our girl. What is the guidance? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. What they're saying to me, it's almost like your karma. Whoa. So they're saying that your karma, basically, you didn't listen to your intuition with the situation when it comes to like certain things with baby daddy, right? Because you felt like you needed more information, more facts on certain things to be able to like give you certain clarities. And those things, sure enough, did reveal themselves over time. But the interesting thing about what they're saying is like you're about to get a karmic reset in terms of relationships, which is nice. I like this for you. You're about to get a karmic reset. And that's going to happen before the end of this year when it comes to romance class. And there will be options yet again when it comes to romance class almost presenting themselves. But they do so initially in a friendly demeanor in order to be able to sort of like decide, give you an opportunity to decide if you want to sort of engage or not. But yeah, interesting. And you definitely are committed to that path as well. There's no going back. Okay. So I hope that that was useful for you. Beautiful. Good. Yeah, it's nice to hear that you're in a good place with some of these things and you've got really good support going on at the minute. I like that for you. Definitely. But yeah, hope that that was useful as always. Beautiful. Bam. Okay, got this one. Sorry, I'm checking out there because they were like going crazy with fireworks just about half an hour ago. And now it's like nothing, so quiet out there. So I wasn't sure what was going on, but yes. So Next, we actually have Your Highness on the list. There's an orb right there. Pop your question out there, Your Highness. And then we have Ethereal. And then we've got Aria. And then we've got Ari. Okay. Okay. That's a loaded question because I can already feel there's many complexities. His anxiety about the situations like caused a little bit of a fragmentation of his feelings on all the situations. So I'm gonna compartmentalize it and unpack it for you. Bear with me. Right, y'all. Let's get into it. Okay, so Alex, right? What is his true intentions towards a girl, Your Highness? Okay. Thank you, Sammy. Okay. Mm. Mm. Is he kind of I'm going to be honest with you, his intentions at the minute is to kind of like hold off and withdraw at the minute because he's a little bit like indecisive about like the situation. Is there active communication at the minute? Because they seem a little bit like shut down. I think they're behind all this anxiety that they're kind of causing themselves by the looks of it. Just by their thought process on the whole thing, they seem to be hyping up their anxiety. They're like their anxiety's hype, man. I don't think they realize. But yeah, are you guys in communication? We had been going back and forth. I have been throwing his past in his face. Okay, that's what the indecision. Thank you for your honesty, my love. Because then, we can really unpack a lot quicker. Do you see what I'm saying? And really get to the root of some of these things, really. Because when I said to you that it feels like a lot of this is compartmentalized, there's so many aspects to like the layers of this for this person. So I'd love to be able to unpack that for you. I think that the throwing stuff in his face probably has some stuff to do with the what's causing the anxiety as well. And it's also because they seem to be a little bit frustrated as well, which is also why they're indecisive, which means that, their spirit's been stirred. I just don't want him to hurt me while I'm pregnant. Well, focus on him doing things that aren't going to hurt you. You know what I mean? If you go looking for something, you'll find what you're looking for because that's the lens that you're observing. That's simply all that is. People are like, always wanting to go out there and like, even if it takes them 10 years to be like, see, I told you that this person was this way. but it's really more or less a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's whatever the lens the observer wanted to view the situation, that's what they saw. So that's the experience that manifested. You know what I mean? If you don't want him to hurt you, how about we change the linguistics on that and say, because there's lots of negative words there, don't is a negative word. And when I say negative word, I'm simply meaning like maths. I'm talking about universal maths. So that means you're basically putting a negative out in what it is that you're manifesting. So we're going to remove that. And then the hurt, pain, natural part of the growing process, right? But because that's not necessarily what you want, we're going to remove that word and we're going to reconstruct the whole perception on the situation as I'd like Alex to show me how much I can trust and rely on him during this time of my pregnancy, because that's going to mean a lot to the family that we're actually sort of bringing in together. Because that's essentially what that is now. Like, y'all are like, a blood family, literally. So yeah, I'd say because he's very indecisive about the situation, and I think that that's because I guess they question whether or not like you guys can do it, the two of you can do it, and what that would look like. And yeah, I think they themselves feel like you're quite opinionated. They feel like you're quite opinionated, so I think they question just how well the situation could potentially go and to what degree and to what capacity as well. So I think it's just one of those situations when it comes down to it, really. Yeah. Okay. So we want to find out about like him caring about you and the baby. We're going to sort of like unpack that properly a little bit to get some clarity. Does he care about your highness? Okay. Okay. So there's definitely a little bit of blocked emotion. There's a little bit of blocked emotions. Like he has a little bit of regret about how he utilized his night of one's energy. And we spoke about the night of one's earlier. He's that lustful night that's just like, driving, I guess riding, sorry, through a town. Like if he sees a fine lady, he'll charm, charisma, like it's on 10. So yeah, he's got some, I guess, blocked feelings. I'm gonna call it, I say blocked feelings, but it's really regrets, right? That's really the situation. Yeah. Well, see, these are some of the things with the night of one's energy. Sometimes it can catch a man off guard, basically. They get a little bit impulsive. But I think in those regrets that he does have, he's kind of like he's been able to see your value as well at the same time, I think. Yeah, he is. He is, because I think he is able to see your value now. I think that situation taught him basically how to value you. and respect was a thing that he didn't necessarily have before that situation. And I think he's grown a little bit of respect by breaking some trust, unfortunately, at that time. It seems, though, like, I guess moving forward, he sees that it's probably likely to be like a broken situation with you guys and him trying to figure that out because he feels a little bit hopeless about the dynamics there, to be fair. It seems like he feels a little bit of despair. He feels discouraged, basically, about whether or not you guys are going to be able to sort of like get on the same page about certain things, in essence. I think they have some anxieties about that. Let's have a look at like their feelings towards the little one as well. Let's have a look and see. Right? Okay, so let me see. Does he care about the baby? They're currently cooking together. Okay, he definitely does. Okay, thank you. Thank you. He wants a family, I think. I don't know about the timing. I think there's some anxieties about the timing, but I think he wants his own like children and stuff for the most part. So from that aspect of things. Okay. Yeah, yeah. That's what that is. That's what that is, my love. Hmm. I think that that's the thing, you know. I think that he wanted some of these things. He wanted, like, this is a part of his value system. He wants a family, but it all just, yeah, so quickly brought on a lot of anxiety because one felt unprepared, basically. Um, but he cares for the baby. Genuinely, he cares for the baby. And I think he cares for you as well. I think he's like willing, I think that's the thing. He's willing to try to figure it out, almost is what it's looking like, or figure things out in general. Like that's kind of like the way that he's overthinking things in his mind. It's like, well, at this point, I kind of have to make it work by any means necessary type thing, you know? But it's not necessarily a situation like that. Um, I think it's more so a case of, um, yeah, feels like it's a case of really just trying to understand a little bit more about some of the things that you guys are struggling to be able to like come to resolutions and get clear. Your communication's not the best between the two of you guys. He overthinks and you're impatient, so it's not a good combo, right? Like he's thinking you'll ask a question, he'll take some time to think about like his response to the question, but you grow like impatient while he's kind of thinking. Sometimes it's not an all the time situation. I'm just sort of like putting it across because they're showing me like these are some of the things that I guess he's thinking about like wanting to work on with you. Um, but I think having the child in the mix makes it all feel so final for him because I think he wanted that at a different stage in his life, basically, like where it was pretty clear where he was going, marriage, family, all that kind of stuff. Um, so I think he's still just adjusting, if anything. I feel like he's just still adjusting to the idea of letting go of the ideal situation that he thought was going to be his story. You know what I mean? Same thing for you, because that's literally it. That's exactly what you're navigating through as well. Letting go of the idea of the ideal situation so that you can sort of like make room for the present reality that's actually playing out. But yeah, he's anxious as hell about this child coming in, but definitely some caring connections. And he's like, it's kind of made him a little bit even more fonder of you in ways. But I think that they're still sort of like, I think you have to watch your tongue. The way it's not even just what you say, but it's how you say things sometimes as well can be quite triggering. And I think that those are some of the things that may be likely or like you might find yourself liable to pushing away with that type of dynamic because he doesn't respond well, basically. Okay. Um, let's see. What do you guys want? Sorry, I'm gonna make some notes for you. What do you guys want Your Highness to know about their situation with Alex? Girl. Uh, uh. Yeah. No, I hear you, beautiful. Good to know that you're here, Ethereal Goddess, because you're next. So start preparing your question. I think after you, let's see, is it Ethereal Goddess? Yeah, it's Ethereal Goddess and then Aria. Yes. Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, so oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. Okay. That's just a dynamic. This seemed like, would you say that this was happening whilst you guys were still like in a bit of a getting to know each other honeymoon phase of the relationship dynamics, Your Highness? Just to help me to understand that, because I think that what they're sort of, I want to put into context what they're saying to me on the situation here. That part. Okay, that's a good team. You better make sure that you're out here like leaving whatever it is that they like. If that's some good behavior, better be some good behavior too. No, we've been together for years, but in the past he cheated. Okay, okay, okay. No, I wanted to understand in what context they had the honeymoon card in the dynamic of the situation, because they're saying that it's the undertone of the process. But you guys are about to sort of like get to know each other, I guess, on another level when it comes to sort of like children and the dynamics of how you guys engage with each other at this level. You are essentially getting to know each other on this level. The bond's going to deepen. I definitely think that the bond's going to deepen. The love is going to grow differently. I'm not going to say stronger or lesser. It's just going to grow differently because there's another element of admiration. There's other things that, like for instance, your ability to sort of like nurture the child and stuff will, I guess, warm him as well, like soften him, soften him. Thank you. Thank you. It will soften him as well. So I think that though the timing was unexpected, he's still happy about it and he seems to care for you. I think he's learned some lessons along the way, but he's still trying to figure it out as he moves forward. Yeah, he's still trying, he's anxious AF, like he's just anxious. Um, but that may just be something that like he struggles with in general when it comes to dealing with stressful situations, because I think that that may be the thing in being able to trust himself in stressful situations. So yeah. Overall guidance, closing out this space then for your highness. That part. He tells me positive things and he's here for me. This is just him cheating in the past crosses my mind. Okay. How long ago was the past? Overall guidance, guys. Thank you. Okay, abundance within the next few weeks. That's nice. Okay. How many? Oh, sorry. How many weeks? Just under 6. Just under 6. They said that things will kind of like be in more of an abundant place in just under 6 weeks. Okay. Okay, so it's a fresh wound. Okay. And you guys were sort of coming up to the 5-year timeline. Like there's times where like just different things will show up to sort of test the relationship. You chose, I guess, to sort of forgive them, right? So you kind of have to honor that decision that you made to forgive them time and time and time again, especially because you guys are going to have like a child as well in the dynamics of the situation where, yes, there are some hurt feelings, there's some, forget even hurt feelings, there's some heartbreak even, and you're still navigating through that. But I think it's one of those situations where, yeah, as far as he's concerned, I feel like he's learned his lesson in this situation. I think that the child, in essence, almost feels like low key a little bit of a blessing for him. A little bit of a blessing, like to be able to come back from that ultimate poor decision as of recent. He does regret it, and I think he has plans to do and be better moving forward. I'll say that. But yeah, within the next 5 weeks or so, things will kind of like be in a different place in terms of the dynamics of everything that you're going through. This doubt that you're navigating through at the minute, when it does show up, just like really have that conversation with yourself and like acknowledge, look, this is how I feel. However, I've chosen to sort of like go into this situation with my partner. Those things did happen. It was a while ago. They've shown me some qualities that they're working on. I trust the work that they're doing. And this is what we're going to be doing moving forward. Because basically, what essentially happened, and demons do this all the time, like if they see like a wound that we're still figuring out how to navigate, if we need to grow in that place, they're obviously going to, kind of like attack it, if you will. He does tell me he wants a child and always wanted me to be his child mother, but I sometimes doubt him. My love, that's the truth. He just ultimately made a poor decision. Like I said, the scenes of the Night of One's energy was playing out at the time. And this is another thing, right? Sometimes we have like collective scripts playing out, and naturally, these are our tests, right? Clearly, he failed that test. But you chose to kind of like continue to ride it out with him. Don't continue to beat him with the mistakes of his past, because you basically bring him right back to that guy that he's trying not to be type thing in terms of his behaviors. So just bear that in mind. I know you don't mean to do it like, just in general. It's just something that you feel. But again, because you chose to sort of like be with him after the facts, these are emotions that you're going to have to manage. These are now your trust issues, demons that you're going to have to manage. And as you manage it, because you want to create a healthy space as well for baby, you don't want to just keep projecting your doubts at him. You got to sort of take some accountability at managing that yourself as well in terms of certain situations. And honestly, like if there are questions that you have that needs to be answered, I definitely say, yeah. Yeah, because what's going to happen is that basically that projection is what happens in those instances is that the demon wants to feed a lot of the time, so they'll like make us project. It's like projectile vomiting, right? We vomit all over the next person, and then I mean they then get to sort of feed off that person as well, or kind of like make that person a meal for other demons or demon type. um and then y'all are just here trying to like pick up the salvage the pieces of your relationship after the fact. Do you see what I'm saying? um you guys want more, I guess, for yourselves with the situation. It's just it got complicated along the way, you know what I mean? But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, my love. I hope that that was cool. And yeah, I don't think you did end up putting a question out there, did you, Ethereal? You're like probably putting your stuff together. Mm. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you so much for sort of stopping into the space and sharing with us. I know he really does like want to do better, and he feels like this is his second chance. And I think most importantly, he wants you to believe him. And he's prepared to earn your trust back as well, which is most important. He's willing to. So let him do the work, but you do the work as well. Okay. Right. Oh, you posted your question. Okay. Snap. I was like, oh, where is it? Thank you for the arrows, girl, because I was going to be like trying to scroll down, but there's no way to go. Yeah. That's what's up. Okay. Ethereal said, whatever comes out, girl. Okay, we're going to go with the energy deck and start off there. Ethereal wants some. Oh, okay. I saw you juggling friends, Ethereal. That was interesting. I'm not sure what that was about. Let's go and find out. Okay. Not being strategical. Okay. Is that supposed to be you alone on an island? Fallen star. The free list is closed and the donation list is closed as well. Actually, we're about to sort of do our final donation question after this one, I believe. So we are fully set up for the night, I'm afraid. Tune in on Halloween. I'll be back in these YouTube streets then. Okay. I was trying to sort of like figure out the situation there. Talk to me about this then. What wasn't like a case of strategizing? Yeah, all good. Mm. Was there a recent shift in your path? Because they're showing me that there's a journey that you were on that you aren't necessarily on at the minute, and you weren't necessarily prepared for it either. There was no strategy for this. Okay, and some people be acting weird too. Okay. I hear you there as well. some people do react to weird. Talk to me a little bit more about the not being prepared and strategizing for. I don't know. I want to like really dive into it and unpack it to really sort of get some clarity because they're talking to me a little bit in riddles at the minute, but we're kind of like warming up to the context of what it is that they're saying. So that's why I'm like clarifying everywhere I go. Okay. 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 Did somebody recently get removed from the home or was removed from the home dynamic? Sorry, I'm trying to sort of like understand the context that they're sort of like putting this across to me for. Yeah. Did someone recently get removed from the home or the home dynamic? Juanita, hi, Mama. You okay? I'm good. God is good. Well, I was talking to a guy and I ended it because he was playing around. And I realized I deserve better and I hear you there. Okay. That would be said situation. Let's unpack it then, because they're talking about that. Yeah, that's the one dynamic. I got rid of someone. Okay, girl, let's talk about it. And you know what's so funny? When you said that, it just made sense. Like literally the whole thing like played out in the sequence of these two cards, with this being the undertone of the deck. So let me just put it into perspective. We've got the Empress, right? You were speaking about like you realize that you deserve better. It's all about self-confidence in terms of like what exactly. Well, yeah, what I was gonna ask about him, because energetically he won't leave me alone. Well, it's interesting because they're showing me. It's so funny when you said about like someone leaving. I was thinking, okay, this is literally because obviously like it's a couple situation, but I was like, okay, cool. Empress was living her best Empress life, and she was like, forget this little tree house. I want a castle. Castle. Sorry, I'm gonna grab the card. We'll see. Okay, so I'm really done because I know my worth, and he's just a waste of my time. And I hear you there, girl. I hear you there, because I could see that there's like complete dissatisfaction with the situation as well. And I don't think that he had what it takes. Exactly, beautiful, exactly that part. Um, but yeah, okay, so that's good. That's good because they want to talk about it as well, clearly. All right, let's dive into it then, guys. What do you feel our girl Ethereal needs to know about this connection? She's recently just disconnected. Well, men can't take rejection. It's like their ego just don't know how to handle it and they malfunction. Literally, like breakdowns everywhere. Um, okay, so talk to me about like what she needs to know about this situation with this person that has recently been taken out, Taurus full moon and new moon, and that we're kind of like full moon. It's my bad, guys. Okay, chill out. We're clearing out the energies. Okay, so she's put her sacrifice out there, literally, at the house. Okay, because she's making it clear to the universe about what it is that she wants moving forward. So make it clear to me, okay, what she needs to know about this situation and the dynamic as far as their connection. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Perfect. Oh, let me take these. I'm going to look at them separately and pop them over here. But yeah. Oh, Juanita, the donation list is also closed as well. I did say that. Oh, I just saw an orb go by. Sorry, I got distracted by an orb, guys. No, they're everywhere. But yeah, I don't. Sorry, I'm literally trying to understand because I thought my thingy was already closed for the night. I'm trying to get connection to understand. Okay. We'll see. I'll make an allowance. It's £3 for one question, okay? But because I'm trying to work through the list, I'm trying to sort of like minimize the timing that we're in here. But £3. It's in the description. I'm going to be back in here on Tuesday as well on Halloween BTW. Just a sidebar, okay? Because ideally the donation list was already closed, but I was trying to see if there's anybody's, because guides are like, they're complaining to God about me. Did I tell you guys about that part? I'm getting complained on by spirits. So I'm trying to get better, okay? Yeah, do that. Do that. You can come back on Tuesday. And then there's like a bit more room for like free readings as well, because the free list will be open in theory, because it shouldn't be taken up until we go live for those ones next week where we're doing the Halloween special. But yes, so let's see what you need to know, beautiful. Oh, we've got 3 major arcanas here. And I've got another lot of cards that were about to fall out. But I said, they didn't quite fall out. And I said, let me put these to a one away and read them separately from this one because it's 2 different stories, basically. Okay. Let's see. Bear with me, beautiful. I'm going to go and get the downloads in for you. Okay. 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 Oh, sorry. I think that. Oh, goody, yay! I get some extra sleep. You are next, Aria. You are next. So you can start preparing your question. Oh, this is good. We're lucky, guys. The clock goes back already, I guess. So technically, even though it's 1 a.m., it's technically midnight and it's going to start doing its thing soon. So what they were showing me with the situation is that what you may not know when it comes to this person is that they got kicked out for this same type of behavior before. So this is a repeating pattern for them. This is a repeating cycle for them. And I think, because I think your thing that you wanted to understand is why are they still in your energy grid? I think that's because they are still processing you in their energy grid, because this was supposed to be like, I don't want to say the umpteenth time that they've sat this class, but I think it's at least the 3rd time that they've sat this class, right? Yeah, it's like the 3rd time that they've sat this class at least, and they're just not necessarily there. Because I'll put it to you in context, right? There was a sudden change that really, really sort of like, it was again, it was like instant karma, basically. Um, Hi, Asan. Unfortunately, the free list and the donation lists are closed, my love. We're literally just kind of like making our way through the list. We're like 3 hours in, so we're kind of like, we've got quite a few of our compadres to navigate through for the rest of the night. So we're just trying to do them a solid and get it done, you know? So yeah, we're kind of finished up for the night, I guess. Sorry, but tune in on Tuesday on Halloween. I'll be here. I'm really grossed out by him. Yeah, well, it's interesting because it seems like he didn't really learn much of anything. Um, yeah, he didn't really learn much of anything with the situation. I think that when the cycle happened last time, he essentially learned how, like how cockroaches. And I hate to sort of like use this analogy, right? But this is kind of like what they're giving me, like how cockroaches, you can like, they can breed in any sort of like environment. It's essentially one of those situations where once he got kicked out of his previous two situations, where obviously those females were also setting the standards of how they want to be treated in relationships as well. Um, Once that was a situation, it's almost like him being casted out in the cold or him having to sort of like be in isolation for any period of time. Um, he understood that that was a part of the punishment, but he basically like grew stronger than that, if you know what I mean. It's like those cockroaches. That was a cockroach analogy. Meringue. Hi, Meringue. Unfortunately, the actual free list and donation lists are closed, my love. I'll be back in here on Tuesday though, for like 5 to 8 people, I guess. I wish I never gave him a chance, honestly. Yeah, well, I think obviously he was a part of your learning process as well. Like you've now basically, where your patience may have been here before, that's been dialed back a bit. Where I wasn't trying to say that he's like a roach. I'm just saying that his survival instincts is like a roach. Okay? Like when he goes out, he learns how to survive. So like he's used to sort of like this type of behavior and stuff like that. But I guess for the most part, he's learning how to sort of like break free from his indecision when it comes to certain things. Um, because he seems to be a little bit scatty and all over the place. And sometimes it's almost like he's carrying way too much baggage. Do you know what I mean? Well, why is he acting like a crybaby? Because he claimed to not like me and now he's acting all sad. That's okay, Moringa Taro. Thank you. Could you ask that, please? Why is he acting like a crybaby? Well, because I believe that he actually realized that he liked you more than he thought that he liked you for the most part. And it's also part of his pattern again. Um, like in previous situations, he would go to that aspect first to see what he can draw back in through emotional manipulation. And if that doesn't work, then he starts to be the one who gets a little bit like perpetual with being rejective or kind of like starting to reject the person basically. So that then kind of shifts the roles a bit where he starts to be the person that's kind of like pursued and chased. Like it's all very calculated. This is a whole like, I don't know if he's even aware that these are his patterns, but I could break his shit down to him like front, back, and sides, like real quick and easy. I can see that he has a lot of these repeating cycles of like baggage, baggage, baggage. He has a tendency to take on baggage. So yeah, it means he has a lot of left side information he needs to process. So, yeah, hell yeah. I'm gonna ask you guys, what do you guys advise our girl to moving forward? Hey Annie, unfortunately, I am all finished up for the night, my love. We've got both the donation list is closed and the free list is closed at the minute. Okay. He graces me. Oh, girl. Not that I never want to see him again. I guess he's literally just dang. I don't even know what to say because I'm looking at the cards and I'm like, oh, he doesn't necessarily seem to be working too good or really. Hey, that's okay, beautiful. I'll be back in here on Tuesday. Okay, Annie. Hey, hey. Hi, Jazz. How are you doing, Mama? Um, but yes, it seems like he's just used to doing all that. He is a little bit of a mess, I can't lie. What's the overall guidance for our girl Ethereal? Thank you. Yeah, listen to your intuition. There's abundance out there on this situation. Go and get you some abundance, girl. Okay? That part. Yes, Ari, I appreciate your question. Put it out there. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful, because one of the things that they're saying about this situation is that he was supposed to essentially be moving into better energies, basically. This was his good luck situation, and he kind of messed that one up too. So I guess he's going to figure out what's on the other side of door number 3. That part. Hey, Ricky. I was literally just saying to the guys that the donation list is closed because we're trying to sort of like navigate through the free list as well. I'm going to be back in on Tuesday night though, so I don't know if your question can wait, but hang in there. And the free list will be open on Tuesday as well. Okay. Oh, you're funny, Ari. No, she was actually here. She was here, like in and out, in and out. Okay, I think I'm gonna store your question, Ari. Don't worry, I got your question. And then I will store your other stuff so I can read it as well and put it into context. Hey, Crystal. Okay, I won't be able to catch. Sorry. Oh, that's sad. Okay, that's all good, Mama. What shall we do with? I don't know if I should open that one additional like donation slot because I feel like I can hear people's guides getting an uproar. But honestly, it's because I'm trying to work through the free list as well. Like the free list is, after I finish up Aria, who's the last person on that list, I've still got to go through like what 2, 4, 6, 7 people on the free list. You know what I mean? The free list needs some love because donations came straight in. Okay, so we are. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no, Mina. I think I'm gonna be in here more often so people can get into the habit of like showing up in here, when I'm here and stuff. So, oh wow, who was that? That was heavy on my dough, man. Didn't put the information lightly, please. Thank you. It didn't physically hurt. It wasn't a physical pain, but for some reason, my crown was just really sensitive to the way that that information was just downloaded into my mind. It's like, oh. I can scroll up to your question, beautiful. I actually literally had the star situation. I already started, so it's all good. And Aria posted their question as well, and I will pop it up on screen. Ta-dun, ta-dun. Okay. Okay. So let's go and dive into it. Another thing as well, I haven't said anything to, the people that have been coming in, but they can also like get. I haven't seen Love More, I don't think, since I started the live. I'm not sure if they've been here, and Melissa. So those two slots may actually get bypassed, actually. Um, so yeah. Manuel, I haven't seen for a minute. Nadira, I think she's popped out and she'll pop back in. And Avantika's kind of thrown out their question already, but sidebar, they might pass out before we get to them. So yeah, let's go and dive into Aria. What do you guys see happening in romance class for Aria, guys? What's the tea? Do tell. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, guys. I got that. I got that. Thank you. Seems like something's going to come and take you when you least expect it. Oh, wow, girl. All your energy is like internalized energy. Yeah, well, it's interesting because we've got the Nine of Cups in reverse, we've got the Two of Wands in reverse, the Hanged Man is upright, but again, that's speaking about resistance, and the other cards are kind of like indicating that there's many resistances. So let me just tune into it. Okay. And see what we get. Thank you, Mina. Thank you. I thought as much as well. I thought, okay, let's just sort of like keep them on just in case they do, you know, turn up, basically. Listen, at this rate, the guys know like that's the most frequent request. Like that's the first thing that people ask about, like romance class. Mind you, they do get a little bit like, for sometimes, right? Sometimes they get a little bit like, look, that's not the focus right now. We're on a mission. And you're like, yeah, but I want to look cute. Oh my God, sorry. Honestly, I feel like the guys have been making complaint about 2023. Like, there's just something about the humans. And us are just getting more outlandish. But yeah. I should start getting some skits together about like what goes on in spirit realm. So shit's low-key funny. I'm telling you guys. Okay, so a couple of major arcanas. Avoidance factor is going to be key in terms of what's taking place. Sorry, I'm like taking in all the aspects of it for you, Aria, to really be able to put it into context for you. Being unsatisfied about fear of the unknown. which essentially allows for you to manifest the very obstacles for yourself. That's interesting. And they said creative blockages based on past dissatisfactions. Haha, for real. Some of these spirits be. Listen, trust me. Trust me. Hella funny. Hella funny. Even when I got my assignment on Tuesday night and they were sort of like prepping me, I was like watching something to basically like prep me for the demon that I was gonna like literally go on the battlefield with. Like once I was like watching the thing and then they were like, oh, this is like you're about to go on assignment for this one. You might want to sort of like make sure that you watch attentively. I was like, well, hell, let me go get some popcorn. Okay. And safe to say it was good. It was good. What I would say with the situation for you, what they're saying to me is that you're essentially, and this I'm sure you probably don't want to hear, but they're saying that you are blocking yourself. And I think that this is something that you'll be coming into illumination in terms of some of those ways that you're blocking yourself with it when it comes to the situation, right? So what they're showing me is that you have certain dissatisfactions from your past and they created blockages in your past timelines, but they're currently creating like blockages on your present timeline, actually even future timeline, and that's due to the fear of the unknown. So the fear of the unknown and not necessarily like being completely clear about what's out there. There's all these narratives that starts to be spun, but those narratives are actually being spun based on the previous disappointments, the previous less than ideal situations, right? I look at these men like, what do you want back home? My girl, you the problem, or at least a part of it. How you want a man, but when they show up, like you're like, what you doing here? They're like, ma'am, you manifested. You're like, yeah, but what you doing here? Oh, sis. First, let's stop that one. Okay. Mm. We're working on that stability. Okay, for this Taurus full moon. And whilst we're working on that stability, we're gonna throw those unstable eggs out the window. Okay? Listen, can I just say, low key, right? And I have to like update my partner a lot on some of these like thought processes that he thinks that I subscribe to as a female. But this is the shit that we do. Like seriously, we'll be manifesting this shit and then we're like, it happens and then we're like, but why? But why are you here? But why? Who sent you? I'm telling you, it is hilarious. It is, well, first we're going to stop doing that, okay? Because they're saying, right, these two major arcanas here, they aren't necessarily positive. Like, if you're navigating through romance class, the last thing you want to do is get the Empress in, reverse, because that shows that like confidence, because that card showed up on like the past aspect, right? That shows that confidence was hit from certain situations, which is probably why you're a little bit cautious when it comes to like, letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry in. So I get you on that. I wouldn't do that either. And I think that that was definitely what life was teaching you. But life didn't say close the doors and bolt it up, girl. Life said keep it ajar. Okay? Let people know that you're so open for business, you know. That's so interesting though, because they just came straight out the bat with that. They're like, well, first she needs to get out of her own way and stop stepping on her own toes. Tell her that, start there. I'm telling you, Spirit is giving me jokes tonight. Let's go and unpack some stuff then. Let's go and unpack some stuff. Okay, so what are some of the actual things then that she can do to loosen some of these restrictions here? Like, obviously, we've got high demand energy moving forward in a future trajectory. So, what are some of the things that she can do to loosen some of those restrictions? Let's see. Oh, thank you. Cute. Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay. 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 Another thing as well, my love. One of the things that they said, you don't like isolation, but you love your own company. Are you ready for like a relationship? I have to ask that question because they're like, that's what, in order, like with a solid foundation, for that to really be built, she has to get past her own like comfort with, I would say isolation, because that's essentially like what is being given, but it's more or less like selective alone time. You're choosing like how you spend your time and all of that good stuff, which is great. We love that. Love, love, love. Right. But yeah, it's interesting at the same time. They're saying with that situation, what you want to do when you're manifesting something that's a little bit more stable, is going to require some more quality time. Is quality time like one of your dominant love languages, or is it sort of like one of the subsidiary where it's not, it doesn't matter how often you get it or not? I have to ask the question. Because that might just be a love language basically that you have to optimize. In essence, probably because the person that they have in mind potentially might, I wouldn't say be clingy, but they might come with their own, yeah. Oh yes, quality time and physical touch are my top ones. Okay. So I would say with the situation as well, then there is somebody, I can send somebody there, but he's a while away. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to try and see if I can get some stuff for you, girl. When do you likely see someone sort of coming in for a girl Aria? Yeah, when do you likely see someone coming in for a girl Aria? Thank you. Timeline, please. Okay. And when does that translate to? We have time. Give me a zone. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I'm like trying to see if I can get you a timeline. But it seems like they're being elusive on this one. Seems like they're being elusive. So one of the things that I'm seeing with the situation is that there is a person, right, that spirit has in mind. They're quite playful. Um, you're the serious one in the relationship dynamic, BTW. Because most things are like fun games and gimmicks to them. Um, but they're very supportive, very nurturing, very encouraging, and they seem to be able to like adapt. Basically, they seem to be able to adapt to new situations quite effortlessly. um they like a woman who's communicative and opinionated. That was what I was going to say. um but sometimes he finds himself being confused by the opinions of others. Interesting. Do we have one? Sorry, I'm like trying to see again about trying to find a timeline for you. My timeline is within the next 2 years, to be honest with you, as far as this particular person that I'm speaking about. But I sense that there's something likely to stir up within the next 7 months or so. Separately outside of this guy that I'm speaking about, he's on the 2 year timeline, 2 year and a bit. But there's likely to be some excitement, I guess, um, showing up, I want to say, within the next 7 months. I see it on the 7 months trajectory for some reason, which is interesting. Um, yeah, I think that situation that shows up in 7 months from now is really to test your ability to maybe be demanding in ways. So be cognizant of that, or it might be the other person and their tendency to demand things of you that they basically aren't necessarily meeting their own expectations for. So, yeah, that part. I hope that that was useful for you, though, beautiful. What's the overall guidance? Let's sort of like do what you like, and then I'm going to take a break quickly, guys. We're like 3, almost 4 hours in. I need a good 5 minutes, 10 minutes to just decompress and get my brain, because that's something that they've spoken to me about as well. Because I do really long sessions in here as well. Like, after a while, my brain actually does fry. Yes, I met a couple of guys so far that were very calming. I can tell, I feel like most of the situations that you're going to navigate through are going to be quick and like offsets that kind of leaves you in like positions of indecision. It's not very clear. It's not like, oh, I definitely want to go into this and I feel comfortable with the idea of going into it. It's always on a bit of a not so sure on this situation type dynamic. What's your overall guidance for our girl whilst we close out this space for her? What do you guys advise? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They said trust the niggling. It's not necessarily about filling up your well. It's about if you weren't afraid, what would you do? And it's okay to say no in the process of that. Yeah, don't let the fear of the unknown basically put you in situations that you're not necessarily happy with, situations that are basically likely to cause you to feel unrested. Okay, trust the niggling. So when your gut starts to speak on a person, that's your gut being like, he's chatting BS. Okay, that's what that is. That's your body's ability to be a human lie detector. Okay, that's intuition. It's something that we all have. It's how attuned we are to it. So tune into that because it's going to assist you in kind of like these karmics are really helping you to just break the patterns that you need to sort of like surrender as soon as so you can get into that next level of the other stuff that you're really sort of trying to get to. Do you see what I'm saying? But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful, because it seems like there's a little bit of complications there for you. But you seem to be the person running the ship for the most part. Like, that's the best way that I can put it. You seem to be the person that is basically dictating the direction of where things go, which is always a good place to be with a situation. You know, it's better than the people that aren't necessarily cognizant or in any element of mastery of life itself. So get started. And it is 1:32 a.m. I'm gonna give Martin a 10-minute intermission. I'm gonna try and thing, but Ari, I am coming back, beautiful. I'm just gonna take a minute to just decompress. Oof, yeah, the last guy I dated felt that something was off about him, but I ignored it, and that was the first mistake on my part. Girl, not a mistake. That was a lesson. Okay, you see, just like how you remember, that was the lesson. That's what he was there for. Okay, teaching the lesson so that he can he can be X'd out whilst you make your way to your blessing. Okay, that's what that was. Right? You learned what you needed to from that. But seriously, like human lie detector, we kind of like pick up and sense and know. It's just what we choose to let in to our intuitive understanding. But yeah, I think Ari's question's already posted, so I'm gonna go and grab it and pop it out here on the screen, and I shall be back. All right, guys, I'll be back 2 seconds. I need to put my phone on charge as well, by the looks of it. Let me grab my little slipper. I'll be back, guys. Chat amongst yourselves, okay? 2 seconds. Ari, Aria, you're most welcome. Ari, I'll be back 2 seconds. Manuel, we're almost there. Don't worry. I got you. Interesting. Hey, how is everybody doing? Do you know what? Somebody's guide just came and knocked my wall. Tell you guys to chill out. Okay? They were letting me know it's time to get back. They just came and knocked my wall. Like, hello. It's cool. I'm here now. Okay. Oh, Cheney. Oh, I left my phone on charge because I needed to pop it on charge. You might have to send me your question, love, because we did close out the donations list as well. Beautiful. Hold on, let me go get the phone. Oh, I did. Yeah, they do that, guys. They do that. They were like, "Girl, come on, we're waiting." They just came and knocked, like I was there, like just. They're like, "Okay, cool. The channel's okay. You can get back in." Um, Shaylee, do you want to send me your question? Beautiful, and I'll do you like a little spread because we're sort of like getting through the 2, 4. I think the other two may not actually be here. I think Melissa and Lovemar may not actually be here. Can we do another check for Melissa and Lovemar? If they're definitely not here, we're gonna remove them, I guess, from the list, and then that creates space. Because I knew that there was going to be one additional donation. I think I said this to you guys at the start of the reading, but I didn't know how that situation was going to play out because it's complicated. And here we are with the complication. The donation list was closed. But it's all good, Shaylee. I guess your guide. Was it your guide that not? I'm telling you. Yeah, that was funny. I was like, well, chill out. I'm going back. And what was funny is because they knocked into my kitchen from like this side of the room. So yeah, that was funny. There's orbs everywhere, guys. Guys, can we chill out? Guides, can we pull my beacon down a little bit? Because I'm seeing lots of orbs. Okay. We're like too visible in the spirit. Let's pull it in. Okay. I know we're out here trying to like, grow that YouTube, but let's chill out. Sorry. Yes, Manor. Okay, so they're not here. Chaley, I guess we'll kind of like rope you into the mix. Donation process is how it goes. I've got our Ari's already up on screen, so I'm going to go into hers. Then I can come into yours, Chaley, and then I'll get back into Kay. I think Kay already sent her question out there. No? I'm sure I started something. I think Kay was like after a general read. No, you're good. Well, I'm going to be in here on Tuesday, actually. But you're good. We're going to switch we thank you, Mina. There you go. That's what it is now. Because Lovemar and Melissa hadn't necessarily been here since the start. I hadn't seen them throughout the chat. So I figured that they're not actually sort of going to be available. So those two omissions made some room. So that's what we'll do. We're going to go and dive into our girl Ari's reading and unpack that. I know, beautiful. I know you're here, beautiful. I could feel your energy. We'll just get into your reading. Okay. Right, let's dive into it. Nobody's owning up to the knock. I love that though, but we're gonna have words after this. Okay, no violating the property. Oh, you don't want it? Why? I'll see you on Tuesday. Okay, that's all good. All good. We'll do on Tuesday. Stop into the space. Can you tell me which part of Chicago I would be most content in south, west, north. I love how you didn't put east in there. I guess that's not an option at all. All right, beautiful. I'll be here usual time for a few hours. I'm doing a shorter, I guess, space. There's only 5 free slots, but you're already the first on the donation list, so we'll kind of like pop that. I'm gonna make a note on the notepad just so that I've got those details there. Yeah, we'll do that. Sorry, I'm like creating Chile first. This is my first like October Halloween situation, October 31st. It'll be interesting to see what comes through during the veil. So that's going to be a good time, girl. I'm glad. I'm sure that the patience is going to pay off because the veil's going to be thin then. So it'll be interesting to see what downloads sort of come through. Okay, good. I didn't start your questions previously, so I guess that pretty much what's it called brings us back to no and neutral. You can give me your question because I don't even know where I'd find it in the chat. I'm sure that was like at least an hour ago. Sorry, y'all. Okay, we're gonna go and dive into Ari's stuff and unpack it. Also, should I keep working until I have more experience or just go to applying to jobs in the fashion industry? I can feel your energy. Love, you have a good weekend. What's the energy? It is going to be a good weekend. I'm actually sort of finishing up the weekend. It's going to be good. Can you tell me which part of Chicago I would be most content in? East isn't necessarily an option. We're going to go and dive into. I'm feeling drawn to the stones on this one. To be able to sort of like dive a little bit deeper into the space and situation. So I'm going to see which one they sort of like recommend in terms of the context. How we're going to sort of like dive into the space on this. Oh, sorry. They said the energy oracle deck is probably a bit more applicable for the space on this one. So we're going to sort of dive into, okay, we've got the solar light here. That's the south. We've got the amethyst, that's the west. And we've got the green aventurine, that's the north. Okay, so what I want you guys to do is give me a little bit of context with the situation. North, south, or west? Give us some insight. Yeah, okay. Depends on the strategy. Oh, okay. Interesting. Let's see. Ah, okay. Okay. Sorry. I think they're sort of like putting across north, but I want to sort of go and unpack it. Because that's what they're showing me from what they sort of like put across. It is going to be interesting because it's like from what they were like showing me on the context of everything with the situation. Um, hmm, hmm. Okay. Put this into perspective for me. North Chicago. Talk to me about that journey. Because that journey seems interesting. You literally have put it under the undertone of the deck, like that would be a journey of action, releasing all shadows, no deception, like taking action. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Mm, okay. Yeah. Uh, okay. The four. And we've got the hanged man just underneath the undertone of the so there'll be some situations where the one might be a bit hesitant basically on certain situations and taking new ventures in that path. Why is that? Why is that? And why is it a bit of naivety? It's kind of like crossing the path of naivety. Why is that? Put that into context for me. Okay, so, and, okay. Ah, that's interesting. Okay, so one of the things that they're sort of like showing me is that this path, because one of the things is like taking action, 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 and that was a part of the situation. So there may be like a tendency to be a little bit impulsive on this channel, I guess, of North. But it comes with some really big life changing, positive, like lucky decisions, basically, like these lucky decisions. When it comes to like disregard for certain skills. So there are opportunities that are there. Oh, we love that about you. It's something that we see in ourselves. Um, yeah. Sorry, I don't know if there was like a feedback from the energy sort of like comment. I didn't get a follow up, but I don't know. There's still some unresolved situations in that space. I don't know why there's an energy or there's a perception of an energy. If there was an energy, my love, I asked you to sort of like share so that you can, I guess, put it out there and maybe we can unpack whatever it is. Because I've thought about you over the week. I knew you were going to be coming into the space. I knew the dynamic. That's why I even put it across to the guys earlier during the space that there might be like a donation situation that may be complicated. Like this was a complicated sort of situation where it was already closed out. And, you know, we'd sort of like, I guess, had the space and then they made the room. I'm not complaining because obviously I get to be able to like finish up and look at that. It's so creepy because like it's a very thin veil tonight as well because it's daylight saving time here. So now it's officially 1 o'clock again. But by God's grace, I had more room. You know what I mean? I don't know whatever energy it was. If I was giving Chaley an energy, y'all, my bad. I don't know where this thing is. Like, I'm not trying to gaslight anybody by any means. Everybody's experience is like their experience, but there's like I feel like I'm a catalyst for a lot of triggers in that space. Um, that seems to be a thing, and I'd be very like curious and intrigued to sort of like go into those things. I don't mind. I'm always, you know, but yeah, because that it was like I got the wolf of that feeling back in at me. I don't know what that is. Whatever energy was being given. Um, no, but see, this is the thing, like, and I don't want to do like a pretense or anything like that. I genuinely like sensed her earlier throughout this week and thought, interesting. We haven't been able to catch up. I wonder what like has been going on essentially in her world. You see what I'm saying? But I'm also obviously trying to stay focused on the what I'm doing here in this space so that I can kind of like move things along, because I know y'all been waiting. We've had like donations straight off the bat. Like sometimes they'll come in whilst the live is going and people will get through the list a little bit at least. We weren't able to do that. So I was just kind of, you know what I mean, moving my way through. If you are still in the room, if you are still in the chat, Shaylee, I don't know why the universe is like utilizing me as a catalyst, but I'm happy to discuss whatever is being triggered, whatever it is that I'm kind of like bringing up or allowing to surface. Like, I'd love to go there. It's not, you know what I mean? All love all the time, like genuinely. Like when the guide said, there may be, I sense that you may be in the timeline of this week's space, I was open. So maybe there wasn't as warm as you would have liked. So forgive me. Okay. I'm just trying to get the job done, girl, so I could go home, even though I'm at home. Anywho, let's go and dive into the context of it, Ari. So you'll be able to, in North Chicago, so I just had to get that out of the way because it was playing back. It was almost like I just got hit with a thought. But yeah, there may be certain opportunities that you find yourself journeying into very impulsively, but it will trigger waves and cycles of insecurities for you because these are still areas that you still have to grow in. And then also because you're finding your footing in that space, there's almost the codependency aspect or the situation where it feels like, oh, who can I rely on, or who can I call on for this, or who do I talk to for that? So there's some of those things that will kind of like initially be a bit of a challenge. That's surprising. I thought I was going to say South because I was kind of drawn to South Chicago. Well, this is the thing. The opportunities may be in North impulsively, which is interesting. I'm going to pull some cards on South for you just so that you see what that journey may potentially be like as well. Okay. I think that that's always important to sort of see what one's drawn to intuitively and unpack that and see what the space on the situation's like. But it seems like what concerns me is that the journey down north is the journey of the fall. Do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of like you go through this class. Basically, the class is ultimately naivety. Um, and there may be situations basically of you kind of like learning by experience. With a few things, it seems like it comes with some positive rewards as well, right? Because we have the what's it called? The Wheel of Fortune, it's in the right position, which is in your favor. So that's a good place to be with the situation. But it seems like as you kind of like navigate through the process of it, that's where it's going to be bringing some positivity, some good luck for you. It's the places where there are certain skills that maybe things that you naturally have as well that you may have to sort of like develop in places, right? Sorry, I'm going to pull some cards on this. Guidance on North, guys. Mm, thank you. Yeah, yeah, there are some opportunities down there in North for you. What's the scene like in North in comparison to South? We're gonna obviously pull some cards to see what South's journey is like. But just in terms of like asking the question and putting it out there, I'd like to sort of like get your feedback on that a little bit. And it's such a bummer that we don't have our resident, Chicago person who was here last time for you to be able to sort of like put that into perspective. I can't remember who it was actually. Was it Love Mall? No, I think it might have been one of our other sisters. But yes, there'll be opportunities presented to you, opportunities that you're ready for. Yeah. Okay. Right. So that's the dynamic as far as the North situation. Let's have a little look and dive a little bit deeper into South has nice apartments, but North does too. Both areas seem nice. Okay. Okay. I think you had a second part to your question as well. I'm gonna go and pull that up as well. Let's not forget this one because this is ultimately what it will be. And then I'll put that there. Sorry, I'm just making room to like be able to play out South's experience. We'll start much like we did with this one. Okay. What is the journey? Ari was drawn to South. What does the journey down South look like for Ari? South Chicago. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's nice. Interesting. Elaborate. In what capacity? Ooh. Okay. Put it into context. We've got good root chakra balance in this place, which is nice because that lets me know that the finances will be like secure and stable. Come on, guys, put it into context for me. You still deciding? Okay. Use your words. Or pictures in your case. Put it into context. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay. This is interesting. So one of the things that they're saying with this particular situation, you'll be able to sort of go through the rebirthing process and like it's kind of like a rebirthing that comes with a manifestation of creative blockages that will kind of like leave you ultimately in the um, 10 of Swords energy, which is pretty much like complete defeat, losses, betrayal in essence. The Judgment card, that's a pretty big call though. That's a pretty big call. It does mean that there's an opportunity for a spiritual rebirth. Okay, so this is interesting. Two paths. Hmm. This was good, my love. Thank you for this question because, like, I'm seeing the two paths have two completely different outcome. Um, and it's interesting because ultimately they both end with an internalizing of the energy. So it's an internal shift in essence that occurs and takes place. Um, oh, let me pull one other card, actually, the guidance from the guides on this particular situation. So with this one, it basically, yeah, I know this journey it will probably like grow you up spiritually very, very quickly. In the terms of the levels of the pressures, I guess. Um, there seems to be more opportunities in the north, and it was interesting because for me it was between the north and the south that I kept getting drawn to, but the north ultimately was the final sort of like picking, and I see why in terms of what happens with the south. Yeah, yeah. Mm. You would navigate it though, don't get me wrong, like you'd navigate it. You definitely like 7 of Swords that all the way up. Okay. But it's still one of those situations. So we're almost there, Manor. If you want to put your question out there, you can do. And I can star it. But Kay is next, and then we come to you. What I'm going to do, I am going to. So, what's the guidance on South? Thank you. The way that they just took that. Oh, that was funny. Okay. I think that there may be something to do because they're literally speaking about this situation playing out. They're saying that what you thought was a yes previously in coming into the space, once you ask your angels, you'll realize that it's not the right thing to take action on. And you may have your own sort of like, qualms about it. But you'll kind of like have to forgive it moving forward. When I did sort of like do a quick um, splitting of the deck, what it was showing me as well in terms of the communication there was that this isn't a right timing sort of situation. This isn't it just seems to be, it may be the energy overall, because the two locations may be different in terms of how things operate in those areas, right? Because, yeah, it's two completely different sort of situations. I do think that I like this situation here as far as like the root chakra being able to kind of like maintain balance. And I think I want to get a little bit of clarity. What do you guys think about South for Ari? South Chicago? What are your viewpoints on the situation? Okay. Yeah, interesting. Thank you. Oh, all internalized energy. Interesting. Creative blockages. That's literally what this card was speaking about as well. So your opportunities, as far as what you're speaking about, let's go to your second part of the question, because I think that that's the aspect as well. Should I keep working until I have more experience, or just get to applying to jobs in the fashion industry? Okay, so I think you had a part two of what you were saying. I'm going to put it up on the screen so we can sort of like grab it for a little bit. Like, should I just jump into the fashion industry and apply to jobs there, or keep working at other types of jobs for more work experience? No. If that's not really the area that you want to basically be in, I'm not going to say don't waste your time, because you'll learn certain skill sets, but I think I'm going to also ask the cards because they're like, she asked me. So I'm going to ask the cards, okay? Don't get it twisted in the context of things. But again, you'll just experience like creative blockages for some reason down in the south of Chicago. So I would say the opportunities are up north, and it depends on what types of, I'd say start looking around and seeing what opportunities are actually in North Chicago in the fashion industry that you'd like to, I guess, start or feel like you can actually start off doing. Because you're kind of like building, your life basically in Chicago. What do you see yourself doing over there? I like that, because those are the conversations that we're having now. But I'm saying, when you take a look, go and have a see at what the, because there's different like pay grade and salary sort of like increases and decreases depending on where you are, generally speaking, in certain places. So have a look at those aspects of the situation as well, because one of the things that I was seeing in South is that things will be like stable, and you'd be able to kind of like have a door, because that's what they're saying, it's a door to spirit. And girl, that basically means that you're gonna have to fall back on spirit quite a bit, right? Because there'll be challenges that comes along with that, in essence. But yeah. I think the opportunities that you're looking for is actually potentially there in North Chicago. And I think start looking for jobs in those areas in North and South, so that you can compare, particularly in the fashion industry, and start like building and shaping that. So what you can do, you can even start applying for jobs, I guess, if you find things that you like and stuff like that, to see what does actually crop up, because then you can utilize the job to pull you into that timeline, I guess. In That's ultimately a path of least resistance, because you've already anchored something in that area, on that timeline, that is working for you, basically. Feel me? And then you can quantum leap over there quick time, because then it's a case of, okay, well, this is my budget because this is how much I'm going to be making. And this is like the area that I'm going to be working in. I need to be within this much proximity to this area, and I need to have it be this much in terms of the budget, because this is the type of life that I want to be able to sort of like enjoy in that regards, right? So yeah, and it'll be easier as well, like I said, to be able to get that done over there. South seems like you might, this again, we're gonna like test this theory, right? Hey Renee, beautiful. How are you doing, mama? Um, but yeah, we'll sort of like test what we're doing here with these theories, right? In terms of the context. And if you do find that North has more of the opportunities that you're looking for, South has more of the opportunities that you're looking for, utilize these things to be some of the determining factors. Okay. Like I said, in South, you'll grow a lot in terms of your spiritual growth. And in North, you'll essentially grow potentially in terms of your career, which comes with its own challenges as far as like learning, I guess, the things that you don't know, the things that you're not so knowledgeable about, learning those things and things being aligned for you to be able to sort of, you know, experience those things happily. So, yeah, that's where we're at with that, beautiful. Okay. Yeah. So I think we somewhat answered the second part of your question, going back to it as well. Start looking and seeing what's out there. Based on where you are now with the experience that you have presently, see what you can do, because then there may be situations where you have like paid apprenticeships and stuff like that as well, where they kind of give you an opportunity to be able to learn initially as well. Um, like, should I just jump into the fashion industry and apply? Oh, we just dived into that. Sorry, I thought I was on the main chat. Yeah. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that it's helpful, because I think it's, yeah, that was insightful for me as well, to see how the two different courses are actually so different. You mean to tell me that if I like, and that's interesting, because like every location that I lived has been a different variant of self. So thank you, Ari. This has been a good little insight for me as well, just to see, you know, like, okay, if I do make a decision to go live here, like what manifests if I make a decision to go live here. And it's two completely different experiences as well, both very life-changing and life-altering, admittedly, but yeah. Right. Let me pop the crystals back away. And then I'm going to help myself to some giant Skittles whilst we get into the next reading. Okay. I think I should, okay, put her question out earlier. Okay. Well, there's a few bits. I'm starring them, okay, don't worry. I think this is where it started. Okay. Um, right, so Kay said, I'd like insight about the red flags of the new men entering my life. I want to know the long term behaviors of all the men and how that affects my decision. Interesting. Knowing their permanent behaviors in the long run will help me decide because I don't want to align with a man based on short term behaviors. That's true. It's important to know how their behaviors will affect me once I decide to align with someone. And this is a very good question as well, Kay. And I'll tell you why. Because, like, okay, so when we come from trauma, broken home, right, broken home situations, depending on the dynamics of how said home was broken and what the circumstances were around that situation, when one actually does get into like serious relationship, even if they were like amazing before the relationship got to that level of seriousness, like it's almost like something goes off and the cycle of like how one is conditioned to be in relationship kind of shows up. We were speaking to the lovely lady earlier. I can't even quite remember the name because honestly, guys, like it's always a lot of channels in here, constantly, all the time. But we were speaking even about her dynamic and situation with someone who was just traumatized by relationship PTSD. You know, the levels of trauma from the verbal abuse in those types of situations can kind of like shift a person to get into a different conditioned state. So even it's almost like the moment that it switches to that experience again, the trauma starts to play itself out. And this is where the work comes in. And it's really, really important for people to be able to do the work from there as well. So, yeah. And then you closed out with, because this time around, I want something permanent and someone spiritually aligned with me. And I hear you on that, beautiful. I hear you on that. Okay, that's it and that's all. I literally just saw something out there. That light shone on a shadow that was watching me through the window. That was so creepy. This is why I asked for my beacon to go down. Because once I start seeing like lots of orbs around, then I know that like my beacon's basically, it's kind of like a lighthouse situation. It's shining too bright. But yeah, very creepy, trust me. It's one of those situations, but I literally like just caught him staring in at the window. That was so creepy. Anywho, I'll continue. We're gonna go and dive into the aspects on this question because I think it's such an important question to sort of like discuss, I guess, when we go into situations with people. Because sometimes they don't know. And it only activates once it's like, oh, now we're in serious relationship. Bam. Something just goes off and then those patterns resurface. And then they have to work through them in order for it to, it's almost like you go back into the same class again. And then you got to work from class from where you were to where you kind of like need to be with the situation. So, yeah. Lego. Okay, so going back to the original question. Okay. Sorry, because there were like a few different parts to it. Let me start as well. Okay, would like some insight about the red flags, about the new men entering her life. Talk to us about some of these red flags. Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you. Ah, interesting. So, one of the main things that I want to put across to you, um, you'll deal with men, sorry, you'll deal with men who intentionally mirrors your behavior, because they want to be able to like give you the impression. And this is something that is going to be like the initial engagement. Because what I'm seeing, right, is that we've got the Empress energy, and we've got the Emperor energy at the bottom of the deck. So there'll be a lot of mirroring your energy in order to be able to kind of like bring you down as far as like your defenses, because obviously you know what you're looking for as far as like these red flags, right? And what could potentially be a red flag. The mirroring is one of the ways that they disalarm you in terms of the way that they show up in the space. And another thing with that is that beneath the surface of that, mirroring one's behavior, they actually have a lot of mental challenges, basically, when it comes to being able to kind of like contemplate certain losses that they've taken. So I don't know how many of them have truly done a lot of self work in essence, but they'll pretty much present like they have. Like that's the whole thing about mirroring. And when they say that they've done the self work, they may not have done it to the degree and level. So they may not be where you are in class. Do you see what I'm saying? But they will present as if to say that they are, because they may know somebody in the same class. Does that make sense? Like here, something that we have in the UK is like sets. So smarter people are in certain sets, right? So I'm gonna like give this analogy. Say that you're in the top set because you're one of the smarter, for all intents and purposes, right? In terms of the levels of like doing the work and stuff. And they would probably be like 2 sets behind. There's 5 sets altogether. They're in the 3rd set. Some of them in the 4th set. None from the 5th set are even trying because they know what time it is. But 4th set and 3rd set feel like, okay, I can try and see, you know? And they'll kind of like cause a bit of confusion because their words and their actions won't necessarily match up because they don't necessarily know how to do the things that they are claiming to, in essence, right? In certain situations, not just like not all around the board, but just in certain situations. Like certain things that they thought that they had in the bag, like integrity, they get tested with that and it's a epic fail, you know. In like it's just not the same moral compass, basically, which is one of the main factors as to why they cloaked in the first place and just mirrored you, as a means to be able to disarm you so that it could be easier for you to attach, so that once you attach, then their demons can rear their ugly head, in essence. Or the stuff that they haven't necessarily worked on can kind of like show up, and then they live on a prayer that, you know, you be patient enough to be able to, you know, sit through that process, I guess. So that's probably the best way that I can put it. Yes, Mina, definitely. Definitely. So Mina said, I have lessons to learn from this read. We are conditioned to project our childhood traumas onto our serious relationships. Even the most beautiful bonds end up becoming miserable in no time. Exactly that. And we don't even know it. It's like this trigger word that goes off in the unconscious. Um, and yeah, that's it's unfortunate though, because it's kind of like we basically like play out certain scenes of like monkey see, monkey do. So it's like a lot of the things that we already have stored in the default is what automatically comes, and then we have to work our way from there to sort of like bring our way back into the fold on everything in essence, you know. So it's just one of those things. I think. Love Ma. Oh my God, Mama. Honestly, we hadn't necessarily got to you just yet. We was just about to get to you. So you guys did good on waking you up. But yeah, Mina, it's a thing. It's a thing. Like, and then we have to keep playing it out, playing it out, playing it out. And each time we learn something, and then when we learn something, we get tested on that thing. And if we fail the test, then we go straight back to where we were, and we continue on the default over and over, and we loop over and over and over. It's a lot. But yes, beautiful. I sense men there as well, and I'm sort of like glad that you sort of like said that. Yeah, Mina, can we get Love More back on the list? It was actually, yeah, thank you, beautiful. So, um, one of the things with the situation with the men, because you asked specifically about red flags, and I'm giving you straight off the bat one of the red flags to look out for, because this is one of the things that their demons will do to sort of like I said, disarm you in order to be able to get into relationship. And we all do this, like we all have demons, and there's different primitive ways that we go about engaging in, you know, seeking out a partner and maintaining a relationship with said partner and stuff like that. So, um, yeah, I think it's one of those things. Interesting. Sorry. There's about like, I'm seeing 3 to 4 again, 3 to 4 guys. Oh, that was interesting. I got that down. It's right there in my head. 3 to 4 guys. But one actually has a potential of a breakthrough. This is how he starts, but this isn't how he ends up with the situation. He is actually, he's not the emperor yet, but let's say he is a knight of wands, right? Because we've been talking about Knight of Wands, because that seems to be like one of the places that you know, whenever men think about relationships, that's like one of the archetypes that they take on initially before they become comfortable in relationships, to be able to move through some of the other archetypes, right? So he comes in sort of like Knight of Wands energy. He has to go through his King of Wands energy in order to be able to stand in his Emperor stance. And that is a process for him. So he essentially goes through several layers of shedding, and at least a couple of different eras of his life could potentially be spent with you based on your level of patience. And this is something to be mindful of as well, because they're sort of like putting across in the process, yes, you want what you want, and it's important to be able to have standards. However, one wants to make sure that one is discerning and not being overly critical. The balance on analysis needs to be absolutely right. I sense one guy already reached out, and when we first connected, it felt familiar. Interesting. That's nice. Because here you could probably already like have his cognition, like you were in cognition of his presence beforehand. So it's kind of like a, oh, I see we've arrived at this timeline. He was probably your sensor into being able to sort of like get onto that timeline as well for whatever lesson you guys are there to sort of like navigate through together. But that's interesting. Okay. Let's continue a little bit to unpack some of these red flag situation, because that was nice and interesting. Okay. Another thing that they will have a tendency to do is not necessarily like they don't communicate well. Definitely a red flag. Lack of clarity is something that is a reflection of their communication style, because they themselves aren't necessarily too clear on a lot of the questions that you might actually have to get the clarity on certain things. They haven't dug that deep to be able to get those clarity. And we spoke about that mirroring and pretending to be on the same level or depth of work, but not actually viably there. And then, yeah, those types of dynamics will always sort of like experience setbacks, I guess, to any goals that the relationship has, because the relationship is constantly going to be navigating through sequences of tests in order to be able to, because the universe is going to be like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Type thing. And yeah, then it gets a little bit repetitive and stagnated when one's sort of like dealing with those types of patterns. Yeah. Another aspect of certain things as well, with the levels of toxicity, is that like the person is very much their insecurities are a lot to do with their past circumstances. Lots of it is mummy wounds. But there's situations of daddy wounds and different dynamics that you wouldn't even sort of like believe, in essence. And when I say believe, it's kind of like the yearning for the parent, if you will, unconsciously, and trying to sort of like manifest those experiences to be able to kind of like soothe, basically, because it feels familiar to the inner child, right? To be with like mom or dad type situation. But those types of situations is always like moving as an agent of chaos, like constantly just creating so many restrictions to keep one looping. Restrictions, just chaos, confusion, and lack of clarity. Beginning, but no beginning. Ending, but no beginning. It's a lot, basically. Those types of dynamics are some of the things that one, I don't want to say like should look out for, but just be aware that in doing that and putting that out there, yeah, it's something to sort of like take into consideration, because it kind of throws you off your own direction a little bit. If you come across these types of patterns, it's ultimately like down to one to decide what they can and cannot put up with. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm never going to make that decision for anybody. But what I will say is, like, when you are dealing with that situation, just know that it's something that when we're dealing with hanged man energy, sorry, my throat went there for a second. When we're dealing with hanged man energy, the only thing that it's going to take to be able to move from hanged man energy, like there has to be a death of some sort. So if you see a situation like that, there's going to require an ego death of some sort in order for that relationship situation to be able to move forward. You see what I'm saying? Because otherwise it's just going to keep on the hanged man, resistance, 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 and ego has to die to make room for the energy to start to flow until the next resistance. Because that's how these things work. But yeah, like I said, 3 guys, one with the most potential, to decide actually whether they want to be an agent of chaos or not. You have to consider like a lot of these situations or these dynamics or these men, let's say, they themselves have chaos in the mind, where the childhood wasn't as straightforward and, you know, black and white as you would assume, type thing. So that's what that is, right? But yeah. Yeah, they said that those are some of the top ones that you'll kind of like navigate through. Because when you get to the next level in 3 years' time, basically, in terms of like romance situations and stuff, it's not the same scenario and context. So this, all that I'm describing now, they're saying to me is like the stuff that you kind of like need to know about the dynamics and situations that may transpire as you're sort of like continuing to grow and evolve and ascend. These are some of the things that will sort of like relationship dynamics that will sort of come up. But there's a different level 3 years, 8 months from now, where it's a completely different dynamic. You're no longer dealing with these types of thingies. So it might take you a while to be able to sort of like purchase out of your grid, your energy grid, and your heart drive as well. And there may be some factors to the situation, and that takes a little bit of time to kind of like completely cleanse. But yeah. Okay. My question to you then is what should she do in these dynamics? Okay. Okay, friend zone. Okay. Show me. Thank you. Okay. Okay. That's what's up. Okay. It's interesting because the sort of saying in the situation, the best thing to do is to kind of like be hopeful when it comes to the situation as far as like the relationship that you're looking for, because it's not your average type of relationship. There's a lot of requirements. That's the word that I'm going to use. There's lots of requirements, and with that type of situation and dynamic, it's a case of finding the right balance, right? So yeah. Overall guidance, let's go and dive into that. Overall guidance for our girl K on the situation with these red flags popping up, I guess. Okay. Thank you. Okay, if you believe no romance, then you'll need to get more information on how to not take action. If you believe that there's something to worry about within the next few weeks, there may be a few changes to the situation, and that could be within, again, we're talking between almost 4 weeks, actually, almost 4 weeks to 6 weeks, between 4 to 6 weeks, let's say. Technically, it's like 3.5, but we'll say 4. Yeah, and they do. It's ultimately like up to you in terms of like the situation and how you kind of play it by ear, because again, we're dealing with imperfect humans. That's just the reality, okay? We choose the one that we can most optimize with as far as this whole life thing, because it's already hard, okay? So we don't want no teammate that's going to drag the team down. We want somebody that's going to like uplift the team. That's kind of like why we're so strategical about this whole process. But yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Honestly, there's some stuff that will kind of like unfold, I guess. Yeah, there's some stuff that will kind of unfold. You'll find. They're funny. They're like, you'll find the answers that you're looking for. It's coming. Oh, they are funny. Oh, my ear's burning as well. I don't know if you guys can even see my ears like red. Okay, Manor. You didn't earn your time, Manor. Put your question out there. Okay? Put your question out there. Whilst I have a Skittle. Reserved how? Like a little bit of an introvert? Very professional. But under that layer, I hear you. I sense he is Northern European decent. Definitely decent. I think what makes him, I think why they like him is his moral compass. I think that that's like a main aspect of the situation, because he's quite grounded out of some of the others that may show up. Okay, Northern European descendant. Thank you for clarifying. Sorry, there's a lot going on outside my windows at the minute, guys. It's like a random floating light. I don't even know where that's coming from. But yes, Manor. Let's dive into it. The downloads are coming in. Okay, so what are Habib's current feelings, thoughts towards me? Should I tell him the truth? How will things be if I do tell? That's like a whole 1, 2, essentially 3 Four questions disguised. I like how you wrapped that up there. Don't worry, Kay. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. So I can like really go a lot more deeper and stuff into all the other stuff. But yeah, many men from that area seem reserved. They can be. They can be. I think it's a case of figuring out what parts of themselves to be able to sort of like display. It's more so stifled personality, more so than them not having a personality. It's just a societal pressure thing. Um, but yes, Habib's current feelings. Let's start there because Manor was crafty enough to get 4 questions in, but luckily, depending on how we're directing the course of this, sorry. Plus, where we met seemed family run. Okay. Okay. Why does that keep happening? Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I'm like being asked to wrap up space soon as well. All right, guys. There's a lot going on out there because technically it's actually almost the bewitching hour, but technically it's like almost 2 o'clock because of the thingy. There's a lot of stuff that's coming through at the minute. So yeah, gonna try and be quick and wrap up because it's almost 6 hours, guys. Habib's current feelings. Let's start there. Habib's current feelings towards Manu. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Scattered thoughts. Okay. She feels like you took no regards for her feelings, so she has a lot of scattered thoughts basically when it comes to you on the situation. Potentially. Okay. What are her thoughts then towards Minor? Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Because the energy felt a little bit off. I actually had the Knight here, but I also had an Empress at the bottom, so I wasn't sure which energy was actually sort of like coming through. Thank you. Okay. What are the thoughts towards Minor? Oh, they're hopeful. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, they're hopeful. So it seems like there's been some plans that have been delayed. Interesting. And again, coming with disregard for the consequences. Were there plans that was made that basically got some sort of, it seems like there was some situation, somebody got diverted basically from the situation, which potentially caused delays in this dynamic, but it seems like it was something that was planned for. And then the diversion tactics took place, and then that caused the delays. And now I don't know how much anybody cares Again, their thoughts on the situation is like complete disregard for consequences. What is the climate like between you guys? Because the energy feels a little bit combative. Um, and the only reason why I say that is because it feels like somebody may be holding on to some feelings about a situation that didn't necessarily go as planned for either of you, actually. But I think it was interesting because potentially it could have been a situation where, how can I put it? Both of you could have come together about the issue and deal with the issue, but it seems like the issue caused a problem between the two of you instead. And then you guys are still sort of like carrying that energy amongst the space between you guys. That's the kind of theme that I'm sort of getting with this. Um, but let me know. Let me know how that sort of like resonates in this space, because they're saying to me as well, um, there was something as well to do with someone being demanding. Um, that's potentially why there's kind of like a bit of a disregard for some consequences at the minute. Okay. Let me know if that rings a bell, Manor. Okay. Because I think that's what I want to be able to sort of like do so I can decide to sort of like hold the channel. One of the things with the situation, because we're like, it's interesting, I'll say this much to you, because their feelings are definitely aligned with their thoughts. We've got the Knight of Swords on both planes. So it definitely means that they're kind of like a little bit, I don't want to say cutthroat, but they're almost like they're at that place where they don't care. Sorry, I'm like hearing some stuff. They don't care about how things may sort of like, yeah. Hannah, this is interesting. Okay, so ah ah okay. I see. Oh, let's do this actually. Manor wants to know, should they tell the truth to Habib? They said no. Wait. Let's have a little look. What is the niggling feeling trying to tell you? Protection. Okay. Sorry. I'm like trying to have a little look to get an understanding. Yeah. I think it's with the situation, they're saying no, but I don't think that they're saying no to say like don't, period. I think it's like timing on the situation may be off. Delivering the information in this type of climate, the relationship may be too fragile, basically, for that information right now. I guess layers, give the information in layers, not, and I hate to actually even think this, but it seems like they're saying this because they're like, I guess the whole truth will be too much for them to handle. They're sort of saying to give it in dosage. What's the truth, girl? Like, I'm like, huh? Sorry, my clairsentience acting up. Yeah. But they said not all of it, but what is needed right now, and continue to sort of like express the rest of the truths as well over time. I think it's more so this person and what they can handle as well, because they're quite a fragile and sensitive ego. And I think that that plays a real significant aspect of the situation as well. Um, let's dive into that. Let's dive into that. How will things be? Whew, straight off the bat. How will things be if Manor tells the truth? Yeah, everything will be like come tumbling down. Yep, come tumbling down. Okay. Okay, sorry, I was like putting everything into context. Okay, so things will be a lot of heartbreak actually, and not being able to strategize, not being ready, not being prepared, and not being willing, I guess, in essence, to work through that heartbreak. I think that forgiveness is potentially there, but it's going to take you being able to kind of like not be too pushy or demanding, because this was one of the things that we were sort of like speaking about, that's already one of the things in the atmosphere that makes it a challenge to navigate the relationship. Yeah, they're saying that within the community, it's like people will basically be sort of like having discussions like, oh, why are you going back to this person, or why are you doing this with this person? They'll basically kind of like be telling them like to leave you alone. That would be kind of like the whispers as well, through other people, essentially sort of yeah, encouraging an end basically to the situation. So yeah. And what is the overall advice then for Manor on the situation, guys? Let's do that. What is the overall advice for Manor on the situation? A year from now, there isn't necessarily something better. It's you'll still be in romance class with this person. In essence, either it be emotionally or mentally, you're still kind of playing out things. Okay, it's not mentally. That's interesting. Let go of the success. Sorry, I'm like diving into what they're sort of putting across. Why? Okay. So they're saying don't necessarily be too assertive on this one. On your question on the truth situations, tell the truth in dosages that they can handle, because I think that they're doing that for the person's protection as well in terms of what they're advising on that, so that it doesn't throw them into like a mental breakdown as well. And in terms of, yeah, their overall feelings towards you, it just kind of is what it is. They're like complete disregards for consequences at the minute. They're not really too sure where they want to go with it. Seems like things is a little bit combative for you guys at the minute, to be fair. But I think you guys are still going to be on the battlefield, I guess, in essence, this time next year. But it's going to need some time to heal a little bit. That's okay, Manor. That's okay. Thank you. Okay. Nadira, are you here? Avantika, are you here as well? Because we are going to close out the space. Okay, so, let's have a sweet. Love more. Okay. Is it him with a fake profile doing what? Exactly. Watching and checking out? Okay. BB's feelings towards Lovemore. Okay. Oh, that's a whole lot, guys. Come on. Really? Okay. Okay. So, let's see, because we've got quite a few cards here. We've got like 13 cards out. Okay. Baby's feelings. Okay. Sorry, I'm like seeing the story because there's a whole story of it all, actually. Okay. So it's interesting because they feel they feel drawn, I guess, to the situation in terms of basically like the moving towards something a little bit stable. Um, Obviously, we're in that climate, aren't we? That word's been thrown out there a few times during this season, this particular show today. Sorry, it's interesting because it's kind of like telling me a story of um, having this desire for family, if you will, right? And kind of like navigating through, because there was a story that it was telling me in terms of like his feelings towards you, having this desire for family. So I'm going to break down the story. Having this desire for family, and not necessarily getting things, I guess, in the way that he would have hoped. Certain things kind of just ended, and that gave him ultimate clarity on how to be when it comes to certain situations and what the circumstances of the dynamics are. No, feel free to leave, Wilma. What the circumstances of the dynamics are. And it seems like when he was navigating through the situation, when it came to you, it's like the moment that he met you, that story then shifted to a different dynamic of like somebody who is overly invested in their work situations that definitely sort of like plants a lot of seeds, and they're able to get the kind of rewards that reflects the level of work that they put in, right? That's what they saw when they saw you, in essence, right? um but then with the story, as things kind of like continue to unfold, he got to learn, right? They got to learn about the challenges essentially that you had to navigate through, particularly in romance, that kind of brought you to this place of being so emotionally in control and in balance, I guess, with how things may seem. Because I think that was like one of the things, because I think, I don't know, they thought that you had, I don't want to say been through less, because I don't want to put it like that, but I think that there was even a greater admiration on the situation, right? And they felt like there were certain diversion tactics, or there were certain tests, in essence, right, that were placed in the dynamics between you guys. And in the series of those testings, there wasn't the appropriate planning. And even now, they feel like there's not really the appropriate understanding, basically. There's a little bit of, I don't want to say fear on it, but there's some anxiety there about the fact that things aren't necessarily all the way clear. Hey, Scenario. About the fact that things aren't necessarily clear. But moving forward, they actually feel connected. They feel like, I don't know how to put it. It almost feels like they're in a traditional situation. So they're looking at it as in terms of like the traditional values on the situation. I think that the I don't want to say the best way that I can put it, but one of the things that I can say is that they do identify you with family. You are synonymous with the word family for them based on the way that I guess you've treated them, in terms of like you as a person and them sort of like learning about you, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. We are a club. Zenobia said, "I don't want nothing, guys. Cool. I'm just coming to check in." Is Nadira here and Avantika? Because I did a little bit of a call for them earlier. Um, I am. I'm going to be doing another live this week on Tuesday. Yeah, that part. So But yeah, um, I wasn't ready, love more. And I hear you there. I hear you there. Because I think that this is probably why the story started off from the trauma of the past situation. Because I think why it started off there is because that's where he's at the minute again, and kind of like, oh, this is family. Like when I think of family, this is like these are the qualities of what I wanted when I thought of family, you know? Let's have a see. Let's have a look and see about rebuilding it, guys. Let's have that conversation, right? Um, the rebuilding process. What do you guys see with that? How does that look for them? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna shut up shop in essence. There's a lot of dark spirits that are starting to come out, and I can sense them actually. Um, yeah, I'm gonna. No, I know you are, I know you are, I know you are beautiful because I can sense the guides are already sort of like telling me to shut up shop. The energy is getting a little bit wild out there at the minute, actually. There's a lot of static that's starting to sort of come in. But yeah. So tell me the tea, girl. Update me with the situation in terms of like how things would play out. I think it's interesting because one of the things that they're saying is that you'd be navigating through the lack of closure situation. Okay. Definitely would feel like there's still unresolved things basically that you guys still need to navigate through, even when you start to take the necessary steps forward. And I think one of those things is being able to sort of like ask yourself. I think that's the thing that they're sort of saying in the situation. Like you would need to ask yourself, like, do you have the because right now your breath is a little bit tight. And they're like, do you think that you have enough breath power to be able to sort of like navigate all of these um, resolutions that still needs to sort of take place? Because if not, there's still going to be so much confusion for both of you guys moving forward. There'll be a lack of clarity because a lot of these things still aren't necessarily clear or resolved. And as a result of that, it would just chaos would ensue essentially. And that would then be the next test that you guys kind of like navigate through. So I think my question to you is I know that he messed up. Where are you with the situation? Because it seems like you are hopeful, but you're also hurt, which means you want to punish at the same time, which is it's a very, very toxic component to be in a space. I think you might need some breathing space, definitely, to be able to just kind of like get this off your chest at the minute because it seems very heavy. Um, but yeah, I think that it would take some significant work for both of you guys. Yeah, you have to forgive him, and also you don't have to forget, but you don't have to keep letting him not forget. Do you see what I'm saying? Because like I know you're not going to forget what happened because you remember how it makes you feel forever. Um, but yeah, and I get that because I can see that that's how you guys both identified each other. So I do understand that, because I can see that you bared yourself, like you bared yourself to them as well, like you shared with them, and you let them in. And I think that that's one of the things that made them feel like, oh, I found family, I found home again, in essence, right? Um, what do you guys recommend then? Do you guys recommend? Okay, sorry, let me do the split. I'm gonna have a little read through your message scenario, don't worry. I'm just trying to get the channel out. What do you guys sort of recommend on this situation? For love more, what do you guys suggest? What's the advice? Thank you. They said be assertive. They said be assertive. All the cards, I guess, are in reverse, except the Ask Your Angel. So they're saying, don't reconsider. There is no opportunity here. There's no door to romance with the situation. Be assertive. Because you've asked your angels based on the past actions on the situation and their advice. An undertone was then to be assertive. That's kind of how you got here, is what they're saying. But yeah, I guess in essence, I'm not gonna lie, it's one of those situations where there's a lot of, I guess, lack of clarity, a lot of confusion, a little bit of indecisiveness. It feels like you guys are likely to loop for a little bit as well. I think that that's probably why. Let me go a little bit. Why do you guys think there's no opportunity to romance? Clarify that to me. Okay. Make it clear. Thank you. Okay. Okay. They're saying to kind of trust your path on this one. If you knew you were supported, what would you do? This isn't necessarily something that you have to protect yourself from moving forward. It's just that right now you kind of have to trust where you are. Moving forward, it's not something that you have to be like overly protective with, but I guess they're saying right now isn't necessarily the time. I think maybe they need some more time to really let this lesson, like, do you know what I mean? Like marinate, for them to really grasp and understand the magnitude of everything, I guess, that they did inevitably lose. So, yeah, you may get a green light at some point later on. It's just right now they're saying there isn't really much opportunity. I think you might also want some additional answers, I guess, to certain questions. And I don't know that they're ready to give you those answers as well, in essence. So, yeah. But I hope that that was useful for you. Okay, guys. I don't think Nadira and Avantika is here. What was Avantika's question as well? What I am going to need to have them here to unpack that kind of question. What's my sole purpose? Yeah, that's an interactive question. We would definitely need to unpack that together, because there's certain questions that I would want to ask to be able to like really put certain things into context for them. So, Avantika, I guess we didn't survive the staying awake situation, in essence. And Nadira, where's Nadira? Thank you, love, Ma. Much appreciated, my love. On that note, y'all, that is vintage. Vintage. Oh, guys, this was like my first ever deck of tarot. And it just, my box just popped. I thought to go and glue it back together because I've got glue. I think your girl will glue it back together because it's nostalgic. I guess they aren't here, Mina, and that means that I end my space now, which is nice for me. Yeah, I've had them for a long time. When did I get those? A minute ago, actually. They were good. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna glue the box back together, okay? For a sentimental value. That part. Do you wanna a quick question before I head out this space, Mina? I'll pull a card for you quickly. I'm actually pretty tired to be fair, but I know we missed you at the start, and I appreciate you actually, for the most part, hanging out with us because you didn't have to, you know? But no, let me know. I am exhausted, beautiful. I am literally as well. My energy was zapped from like my exorcism earlier this week as well. Like that one was unexpected and took it out of me. And Beelzebub is quite the entity, I guess, to have to exercise. He's quite a heavy little demon in terms of the weight he carries in spirit. So I feel like my body's still optimizing, and then I'm also trying to keep my voice down for Martin next door as well. Navigating against all these variables of resistances. I am going to sleep. Thank you, girl. I am. It's almost 3 a.m. I actually have Bible studies literally at 11. So I am gonna go and get off, guys. But oh no, let me go to your girl. I forgot the tea. My bad. You spilled everything, and I was just about to let it go. So sorry, guys. So this guy, right, who was supposed to up hook up tonight, okay. Unfortunately, he was busy all day with his organization for his old college. Oh, they just finished. Oh, I'm in bed. Listen. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna get there too. I was stressed because I wasn't sure how to tell my parents. What do you mean? Why would you stress for nothing? Did they not care whether like, your life, your problems? Was it one of those? Listen, are they cool? They cool about everything? Parentals all nice and chilled. Okay. Dang. Sometimes, oh, this is going to be a real hazard. No, like them tell, what? No, like tell them I'm leaving because it's 10 p.m. right now. And our security system is mad loud. Yeah. I never talk to them about my, yeah. But I don't think they want to know anyways, that part. Oh, snap. Listen, today's reality, I guess, in comparison to before, are completely different dynamics. I doubt they want to know, girl. On that note, whilst we're building towards stability, guys. To infinity. Are you guys dressing up? I might dress up actually and come in here for Halloween, for real, for real. It's been a minute. I'd have to find a costume though. If I can find a decent costume in time, I will defo be doing that for Tuesday. Okay. On that note, y'all, I was so stressed off myself, and then he hits me up like, "Oh, I didn't know we were hooking up. I wanted to spend time." Girl, listen. Okay. I don't know. It's weird. We're like in an interesting time. It's nice for like the guys that have gotten the updates and girls, like the females, the guys and girls that have gotten the updates. But everybody else, listen, he said that he was coming to like express his favorite love language, okay? Quality time. So let me take off a lot more thingy. But no, this is a cool space, guys. We'll do this again. I think next Friday, I want to say. No, probably next Saturday. Probably next Saturday, actually. No, next Friday. Got a birthday party. It's my nephew's birthday next week, y'all. So I shall see you guys on Friday, and I'll be in here on Tuesday as well. He tried it, girl. Well, he did try it. He said, I need that QT. That's my love language. Oh, thanks, Mina. I'm sure. Oh, snap. Auntie's got to get like on the prowl to get a gift. I asked Mummy to tell me what he needs right now because I don't really like to buy gifts just for the sake of like buying gifts. I actually enjoy like giving gifts that are of value that are relevant. Hey, Butch Tarot. I'm literally just actually signing out of the space now. We've been here almost 6 hours. My channels are fried. But I'll be back in the space Halloween. Okay, guys. I hope you guys have a dope weekend, and I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Okay, we'll do this all again next week for no reason.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
All right, guys, enjoy yourselves. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Play safe, stay safe. And most importantly, stay godly because these streets are sick with demon time for real, for real. I mean that.